link to it.
Okay. And then we are
live. Fuck out of me. This Tom didn't cover the stream. Right, so,
he says, "What's that sound? Is the government finally trying to get both of us?"
Oh no. All right, so Sean Cross.
It should be over on the Anatomy Crosscast YouTube channel, yeah. And then on top of that, I'm gonna try to see if I can change the what is it? If I can change the thumbnail for it, because right now it just has the channel banner. Yeah, we're gonna fix that.
Okay,
we're trying to
podcast. Hey, this is
the Anatomy Crosscast. We're trying to create a little bit more of a brand and tradition.
Crosscast.
Yeah, there you go. Live. And then let's see if I can.
Fuck.
I'll go ahead and share the link on my face.
You sent it. Can you send it on the Facebook so I can just share it on my wall?
This is going to be the second time I've attempted to do this, because the first time it was over on Sean Cross, but this was like with Jonathan Barton. No, this was with Chris, the bassist of Party Cannon. And dude, that guy looked fucking destroyed.
Damn, you get fucking people on here. Holy shit.
I tried to, yeah. It's just because
I get David from Signs of Swarm too.
At the very beginning, or close to the beginning.
How do you get that?
Well, got two words for you.
Okay.
Social wall, but you take that away. That's how I did it. I have yet to post a reel that I was meaning to post over on the TikTok, the Instagram. We don't have a TikTok yet for the Crosscast, but I have my personal one, which is a lot of political shit. You've seen that one. I was meaning to post the reel because, dude, I've reached out to so many different bands around the world, man. Like the amount of bands that I've reached out to compared to the podcasts that I've actually successfully recorded and uploaded, it's like a 1 for the actual uploaded ones to 10, which is the inquiries. Like half of these bands don't reach out. Half of these bands, like, we don't finish their podcast. They ghost me. And I'm like, fuck you, dude. I'm not dealing with this. Like, that happens more often than not, more often than I would like to admit. But it's what it is. It is what it is. And it's okay.
Spam this to people.
Yeah. Hell yeah, bird.
And get people to watch it.
Let's do it. So yeah, of course, we'll start out by just, trying to get everybody to belt feed into here per se.
Yeah, no, we
got a lot to talk about. Quote. Because we do. All right, so we're going to give that about like 5 more minutes, I would say.
Yeah.
See who feeds in. But other than that, we'll go ahead and get started because we got quite the conversation to have tonight. It's 2 years since the original. We
2 years. The fucking remaster of Paradism Ruination.
Yeah, good shit.
Guy's hands. You got to do the guy's hands too.
It's probably gonna cancel out most of the heavies that I'm throwing at the mic right now because it's like, oh no, intensity. So you probably didn't hear half of that. But
yeah,
fucking love that. But honestly, I'm glad that like we ended up taking the time that we did, and that even if it was inconvenient for both of us, whether miscommunication or just obstacles in general, the time zone differences. I'm glad that we ended up recording tonight as opposed to literally any of the nights before. Literally just because Zoom, there's a big difference, a drastic difference between Google Meetings and Zoom. Zoom charges you $14 a month to record shitty podcasts as long as you want. And then Google Meets, once I finally figured out what I was doing wrong, it's like, dude, you can even do little sketches on here now. I'll show you this shit. There, we got so many options. If I can find out what I'm trying to do or what I'm trying to show you, but like you can do little doodles on the screen. Good shit. But overall, we'll go ahead and get started. I will go ahead and begin by providing my front to back post album listening session review for Paradism Ruination, in which, well, we've been in the talking stages only a little bit after the original Paradism Ruination EP came out. I remember when that happened. I remember just like, holy shit, this is like Infinite Annihilator, but more satanic, more culty, more occultic. This is a sick EP cover. But I remember easily that the mix wasn't the greatest back then. I'm like, you know what? I can see where these guys are going. I can see what they're doing. So let's see what else they got cooked up. I think as per tradition and, you know, inquiries, how you end up usually doing that. I remember reaching out to Derrek. I remember reaching out to Nick, I think first, and then Derrek, because I'm like, hey, who do I need to talk to get something set up, an interview for Nitheful? And then me and you started talking. I'm like, this was a pretty sick EP, but what do you got going on next? And you're like, well, my friend, fucking the creation of God is right around the corner. And, you know, we're aiming to get
like we just constantly are perfectionists, and we like to, you know, see ourselves, you know, like with you know, Paradism Ruination, there was no like click track. We basically Iowa Slipknot in it, and basically what that means is like there was no click track. It was all just ideas. We were bored during 2020, and overall we were just like, we wanted a heavy band. And I used to be in a band called Feast of the Antipathy.
Yeah.
And we used to, like, you know, it was a live band, and overall, like, we wanted to, like, basically, because of, you know, due to, like, you know, disagreements with, you know, former bandmates, we basically just, me and Nick basically just wanted to push to the extreme of what we could do as a band. And that entailed, for my type of like lyrical type of content, and vocal style, like I said, you know, I wanted to, you know, try to like truly showcase my vocals. And I don't know if you've listened to the first album of Feast of the Antipathy. I don't think you've ever listened to that.
Not yet.
Basically, that whole album, it was like basically the skeleton of what Nitheful was truly going to be. And I got to give it definitely to Nick, for, you know, truly making this band where it is right now. Dude's in 9 bands, by the way. Like, fucking, I don't know how he does it. I would be so fucking stressed out because, firstly, I suck at playing guitar. I'm the worst at it. I tried it, and all I played was just one note, which was like, dun. And it was just, I tried it a little bit, but, you know, meeting Nick Saya definitely, like, in 2018 with, you know, when we were doing Feast, and then to Nitheful is incredible. It's simply incredible. I'm very happy to where we are right now. And overall, basically why we wanted to remake this album is just due, you know, to the fact that we wanted to just add more Cradle of Filth type sound. The first EP, like I said, there was no click track. The sounds, we didn't, you know, put as much money into it. It was just kind of there.
Right.
And, you know, we used different types of basses, and it was just an idea at the time.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, now it seems more or less, you know, you have this initiation EP, you have this first collective effort between you, Nick Saya, and anybody who could have possibly been involved at the time with Paradism Ruination. You have this edgy, occultic, very, very just like jammed in there level, like almost volatile level of Satanism and just like, you know, fuck God,
Yeah,
like
no,
that's kind of what I walked into the room with the EP. But this one, it's like I remember you mentioning one thing you were wanting to accomplish as a musician and a creative mind was to almost do like dementia core, in which you listen to the music and it's so goddamn heavy that eventually you kind of get lost in it and you're like, wait, what's going on right now? I can confirm
that was definitely the goal, and we're definitely going to be doing that for next album as well. We're going to be using like, you know, not to like, you know, get to like, you know, already what our next type of music is, but you know, we're basically the next album is going to be more kind of like sounding Mother of Flesh, you know, where like it mixes like old people type soundtracks and just like distorts it.
Yeah.
And I'm just really excited about that. But for Paradism Ruination, definitely the whole story is about Milton's Paradise Lost.
I see.
And
for sure, without a doubt, we'll be digging under the skin and we'll be getting into that later on. But that's gonna be the meat and potatoes.
The meat and potatoes. We're eating the cheese cubes as we speak.
We're doing the charcuterie board for Paradism Ruination, not the lobotomy. But without a doubt, I can definitely say that listening to this new polished album version of the original EP, it was more polished and there was that dementia core aspect to it, but it brought everything from what I understood truly through the creation of God, listening to that on my own. It brought that full circle and it's like, hey, remember this EP? Well, you know, now you can actually hear the vocals. Now it's, you know, it's a little bit more sophisticated. It's got a little bit more of a clean album cover as well, right? We got a more red theme going on. We got a more red tradition of color themes for Nitheful. So I just wanted to kind of put in there from a surface level that sounds better. More dementia core in there, more exorcism core. But unfortunately as well, the con of that is that, you know, I wasn't really hearing that much like fresh new, like, ooh, this is different, this is fresh. It more or less just beat into the same elements that I think you guys are trying to accomplish, especially with those newer songs, right? So as per the front to back review, right, you know, listening to this album, I'm like, okay, you know, they truly did polish everything from before. They got some new features with the new tracks, but truly this is Nitheful, right? This is Nitheful, and it's beating into you all the same elements from before, but a little bit more polished as they now descend into uncharted territory. So that's kind of like my synopsis review for the album.
Yeah, I understand, like, because some people were like kind of disappointed that we are going for more of a cleaner sound, but you know, like a lot of people like wanted it to just kind of stay dirty, like this dirty type of black and deathcore band. But we still keep it dirty, but we still like to get people familiar to it.
Right.
So it's like, you know, it will have a Lorna Shore type elements, but you know, it's still different in its own way. Like we don't like we push for different, but we don't want it to be so different that it's just unrecognizable.
Right.
And that's kind of why we add breakdowns and, you know, orchestra, but we do it in a way where like the orchestra, like it's a breakdown, but it constantly continues.
Yes. Yeah. It's relentless.
A great example, like I always tell everybody, is where I got the idea from originally is I listened to this band called Suno. Sunno, Nother Tongues, Portal. I love all that noise type music. It's like fucking like therapeutic because it's so fucking dark and it just sounds like Halloween sounds. But it's just like perfect. It's like anti-meditation. Yeah,
Anti-meditation.
anti-meditation where you just like are like, when you get into this headspace of writing, vile type shit or, satanic very elements to, give that like what the sound is going for. I definitely but I definitely wanted to like touch in with like how, there's a breakdown. Okay, song. This is how our song structure goes. Okay, song, melodic, solos. Then near the end, it's a breakdown. You think it's gonna end, then another breakdown. Then you think it's gonna end again, then it's another breakdown. Then it's just like Sacramentum is a great example of how it sounds because we basically were trying to push for this sound where it's just a never ending fucking breakdown because, music that sounds timeless is just so much better than like music that's like, we still like kind of have that techie element that Infinite Annihilator has, but Egg definitely is what inspired me the most, as you can see with the flag in the background.
Yeah.
That album is just the pure, just true darkness of how far deathcore can go. And
Yes.
I also love that they're trolls too. Like that is like a huge element to me. Is like I feel like a lot of these bands just take things way too seriously. And we just need to like laugh a little bit. Like it's so fucked up.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
yeah,
It's that
like,
shock factor.
that's what I love, and that's kind of like, when we get touch more into the album, you're gonna kind of see like that a little bit with it. Like you're gonna see the huge infant influences that you'll see from Nick, the influences he has, and then the influences that I have, and that's like
Right.
what makes this like perfect, because it's just like I suck at fucking playing guitar, like worst instrumentalist ever, but I have ideas,
Yes.
and he has basically the math behind it, the idea creator. Like he can just do all these things, knows exactly what I want. Like I've never had to like ask him to change anything like at all. Like he just knows what I want.
That's good. That's
And
really, really good.
yeah, no, we work super fucking well together. And it just I'm very proud of like how far we have come as a band.
Yeah. And ultimately, too, sure, you might be the vocalist, but like immediately, you and Nick have this companionship and this like integration. This
Yeah.
you're
No, he actually just recently sent me a song. I'm just like, holy fucking fuck, bro. That's fucking insane. So shout out to Downtune Productions. Am I fucking right? Fucking the craziest goddamn shit ever. Yeah, he just does it. He has 9 bands. I have no idea how the motherfucker does it.
because he has to. I think that's kind of the mindset that him and musicians like Blake Mullins of currently disembodied Tyrant, but also at the root of so many other bands in the Ignite the Church scene, dude. Like Befouled Tongues, he worked with Awakened Providence, he worked with Immortal Disfigurement. He's been at the root a lot of those very, very important efforts. Of Ruin would be another one. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Of Ruin's fucking sick.
Of Ruin is really, really good.
Tongues, Netherwalker.
Yeah.
There's so many like sick deathcore bands I feel like more people need to check out.
Absolutely. And a lot more that we need to get on the show here soon.
Yeah, there's actually like another band that Nick works with. It's called Alistair's Nash or whatever.
Alistair's Nash. Yep.
Alistair's Dash, yeah. And he basically has it about the fucking the fucking movie Hellraiser. He
Oh,
has
okay.
a whole fucking like the whole fucking concepts about Hellraiser, and it's just fucking sick as fuck because it's like me, I talk to him a lot too. His name's like Desmond, and he like has ideas. He shows me ideas, and I show him ideas. It's like we're both trying to do this kind of like horror type black and deathcore band. I kind of do it more like basing it around like Satan, Satanism, the occult, fucking just anything dark.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've understood so far, Nitheful is meant to represent the truth of the dark secrets of the Bible and a lot of Judeo mythos, pantheon shit. Like, you want to tell a lot of the darker stories and, kind of provide a darker image behind God, but also help people continue to understand that because God is evil, well, one of his sons, Lucifer, isn't exactly the most perfect being ever, but the discourse that God provides and his minions, his blood-washed minions provides, well, that also provides premise to why Lucifer and all of Lucifer's minions and the devil's minions down in hell, if you want to use Dante's Inferno, the 9 circles and all of their subsidiaries, dukes, lords, kings, whatever, why and how all of them are the way they are. That's kind of what Nitheful, that's the first thing that pops to my mind. And I think back to standalone singles. I don't remember the name of the song, but Soul Soul wrote it. And it literally has a vocal feature for every ring, every circle in hell. And I'm like, dude, a part of me is hoping that going into the near future, whether it's you or another band, you collaborating with other bands in the church vein, I want to see a collection of albums telling the stories and speaking narratives about each individual circle, and eventually it all just kind of accumulates, and then it's like Nitheful, Dante's Inferno edition or something, and it's like just all these fucking albums talking about the circles or something. I really want to see that happen one day. And I mean, shit like that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. And if you're
a lot of bands touched on Dante's Inferno. So I'm kind of like trying to stay away from that.
That's fair.
I'm going more like Western horror for next album. Like I want for the next album, like I have a whole image in my head where it's basically gonna be like a grandma fucking setting, like a beige, like it looks like a grandma house. But it's just a normal picture of this girl. Or I don't know if it's gonna be like a normal picture. Like I have a whole artist who I want to go to, but there's just flies and bugs coming out everywhere. So it looks like has that kind of like back rooms kind of vibe, but it's like about the exorcist, and it's like so many people have done the whole levitating the bed, you've seen it. I think honestly having more like what fucks with your mind, like where you don't know like if that girl's possessed or not, is like much more fucked in my opinion than like showcasing everything. Because like I wanted to I kind of have an idea where like it shows the back of her head just kind of brushing her hair, and it's like but her hair's all messed up, but like bugs are just coming out like of the picture everywhere. And
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know, I think that's more scary to me than like the typical big monster destroys cities or something like that. Like with Paradism, I wanted to showcase like this is what it would look like if Satan took over heaven and brought forth the Antichrist, because that's what the whole album's about. It's a mix. It's a mix of like John Milton's Paradise Lost with like The Omen, hence all like this, the song The Omen.
Right.
But yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna kind of go for next album. Basically, like it's gonna more touch on the fact that you don't know if the girl's possessed or not. She's gonna say
that's interesting,
the most vile fucking shit, but you don't know if she's possessed. You don't know if she's like, if she did all this herself, if she's mentally ill, or if she's like actually evil and possessed by the devil. And, you know, it's less touching on Satanism and more like touching more like about horror and the mind and stuff, you know, because
Yeah.
I like, you know, I put all the Satanism stuff, like, you know, still proud Satanist, but, you know, I wanted to put all of it on Paradism Ruination because that's like all what it's about. Creation of God's more about Christianity and like the hypocrisy and using more philosophy. Next album's more going to touch on like how, you know, the more Infinite Annihilator fucking fucked up type shit.
Yeah, and not only that, but you know, I like where you're going, because the thing is, when you look at movies like Hereditary, or you hear about these exorcisms that apparently happened in real life, in real history, these were women, these were children, these were men who murdered other people, walked down a street, and then boom, they were taken to court, and they pled guilty, but they pled innocent. No, they pled innocent because they were possessed or something. And then you really got to think to yourself, how many of these situations did people just deflect the accountability of their own evil unto the devil and horrors that were depicted and created centuries beforehand? Or are they themselves truly that evil?
That's what I was kind of going for next album. It's going to be touching on like the exorcism of Annalise Michelle.
Right.
So basically, either I don't know how I'm going to go about it. So either I was going to like have it all about her at first, saying the most vile shit, and then the next album, like the priest saying she's vile. Like it kind of goes back to that whole, there is no actual objectively evil. It's more, or objectively good. There is only human depravity versus human depravity. And that's kind of what you can see with Paradism Ruination. You know, talks on Satan's not really necessarily this good guy. He's more like, why do I need to fucking worship you, you piece of shit? Like, you know, it's like, you know, and like you can take that as you will. You know,
It's
he's
all
more
about
like this revolutionist who stood up, you know, to tyranny. And God is like this, you know, old man who just sits on his ass all day, watching everything die. The flood, you know, all the fucked up Bible stories, you know, especially like that are taught to, you know, kids nowadays. And it's just like super fucking unfortunate because, like, you know, this book is just so fucked up. And you know, I wanted to really showcase that with like the creation of God, especially, you know, with talking Samuel 18:27, David took his men to him and killed the foreskins, like about the foreskins and all that shit.
Yeah. That was a very juicy album, and I remember.
Yeah, no, I basically every album I just like want, you know, like instead of this just to be like another deathcore album, I want it to be constantly remembered, like even from fucking 10 years from now. And that's how me and Nick feel too. Like I am very against clout. I fucking hate like the whole clout chasing, like who is more popular than who is the most like popular and who is the most liked. Like, dude, I never was like that. Like I grew up with like shit like fucking Marilyn Manson. Dude was like straight up an outcast, and that's just kind of the shit like how I feel, dude. It's like, why do I need to like appease to like anyone with what I'm writing? It's like more I want to do what I want, and you know, I want to make an album that will be remembered for like, you know, ages upon ages. And that's how we write. You know, it's deathcore, but it's like deathcore with a story. It's like that's kind of what I want to go for.
Right. And not only that, but like me as I've understood you since our first podcast and since our first few conversations, really like wanting to get that debut session cooked up, and now 2 years later, you know, we're here now. I've gotten to know you a lot more, and I'll say one thing for sure, person to person, and me knowing you, I think the next album definitely touches a lot more on your own personal philosophies compared to that of the creation of God and Paradism Ruination, only because I've always understood you to be not exactly a pessimist, but what I have understood is that
misanthrope.
yeah, you're a misanthrope. Yeah, you try to be prepared, and be prepared then for the potential evils dormant in absolutely every human being on this planet. And again, it's not pessimism. You're just preparing for the animal nature that is dormant within everybody. And I've always found that fascinating. I can't share the full, but it's always been fascinating. So
yeah, no, me and you definitely get along a lot when it comes to that type of shit, because it's like, you know, it's sad, unfortunately, that a lot of musicians like are very into clout instead of, you know, their own artwork. Dude, like, I don't care if, like, you know, I'm the only one who likes it. You know, I'm proud of it. I listen to my own shit. Like, I wear, you know, perfect timing to wear this shirt. Free marketing. But yeah, no, like, it's just something that I'm very proud of. And you know, I love breakdowns. People ask, like, because I love black metal. Fun fact though, the first actual black and deathcore band I listened to was not Lorna Shore. It was Abigail Williams.
Okay.
Abigail Williams was fucking insane, and I heard that shit, and I was like, always wanting a band that had breakdowns, mixed with Cradle of Filth. And you know, Lorna's still great and all, but I feel like a lot of people miss like what makes stuff blackened. And you know, why I claim that we are black and deathcore is it's about the lyrics. I use a distortion pedal at times when to, like, you know, like during super dark parts, kind of like similar to like how Mayhem or, you know, fucking Barzin does, like, where, you know, or even Nother Tongues. Like, I just want that gritty darkness into deathcore, and a lot of people don't understand kind of what I'm doing. A great other fucking band, I would say, who we actually collaborated with, is definitely Larcinia Row. Try to get them on the podcast. They're fucking sick as fuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, they basically mix a lot of horror type shit. I can't believe I just said type shit. But
That's what it is.
Type shit. Like horror type shit. But yeah, no, they use like that. And they have this one part of a breakdown that I actually covered where it's like, it sounds like a horror movie where it's like a serial killer breathing in your neck, but he's like singing to you like, "Sweet smell of cinnamon," and he goes, you know, like, fucking. And honestly, what I realized listening to that song is like, you can hear the sweet smell of, and it sounds like that fucking from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Who could take the sunlight? Like, I was just like, oh, that's fucking genius type of writing right there. Like, more shit like that, please. And there was also a metalcore band that I really fucking loved, and it was called Winter Murderland. I posted on my Facebook.
You sent me that,
Yeah, and it was just like about like just a fucking serial killer murdering Santa Claus and then like going to North Pole. Like, can we have more fun shit like that, please?
Well, I mean, I think, dude, honestly, ignite the church as the culture. Because honestly, dude, since I've met you, And since you kind of coined that term, as far as I'm concerned, I haven't really seen anybody else use it, right? For me, Ignite the Church is more or less the coined term for encompassing all of those more authentically heavy, scary deathcore, black metal, black and death metal, whatever. It encompasses all of those bands and creates this new culture to where we're not exactly cloud chasing as far as who can make the most occultic friendly and heavy breakdown. But now we're starting to lean more into the serial killer shit. And we're starting to lean more into like A24 culture and what really
like, you know, I really like, one of my main goals is definitely to do like horror fucking noises for like exorcist movies, and like I would love to like send this to like a producer, this album, just be like, hey, check this out. Know that like heavy music is definitely influential with horror movies, and I feel like there needs to be definitely more horror movies, like just appreciating like metal bands, because it would go so long good together. Like, great example, Ice Nine Kills with a work of art with the Terrifier 3.
Yes.
I think more bands need to fucking do that. Like, I'm so tired, like, you know, of it's just mixed of like, oh, I like horror movies, but I hate metal. Like, why is it not like together, like how it was like with Saw? Honestly, I believe that Suicide Silence got fucking huge because they were in the Saw fucking movie and in the Saw soundtrack. And I definitely think that needs to be more of a thing. And, you know, just even play it in the background. Like, I remember Full of Hell actually was in a fucking karate movie, which was fucking wild. Like, it was just like you heard it on a fucking speaker, Full of Hell. And I was like, I recognize that song. And it was just like this stupid fucking fighting movie that I forgot even the title of. Yeah, that was like a cool shout out for them.
No, for sure. Bands like Full of Hell, I have yet to really sit down and listen to. I think even since our first session.
It's definitely like something I really love. It's not for everybody because he uses like distortion vocals the whole fucking time. But another band's like called Null. Null is pretty fucking sick. Full of Hell, Portal. You need to check out fucking Portal, or do a reaction to Portal, bro. Like, do that to Curtain or like one of their live videos. The dude like talks like an old man and like has his face covered, and he's just like he doesn't. You don't know who the fuck he is. You don't even care who he is. You're just there to like. He just looks fucking sick. Looks fucking demented, like he's a fucking Lovecraftian fucking being from hell. I want more of that. I want theatrics. I want just having fun.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I want. That's why I love like Ice Nine Kills. Like, I know that we're like a completely different genre, but
who cares?
I used to hate on them, and then I listened. It's gonna sound like their fucking song, and then I listened to The Silver Scream came out, blah 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 blah. You know, you've heard that song, right?
Dude, absolutely. My sister, I got my younger sister like hella to Ice Nine Kills. It's like her favorite band of all time right now.
Yeah, and like you can kind of like almost see a little bit like we're like the deathcore version of Ice Nine Kills, where it's like, you know, more fucked up for fucking sure. But it's like, you know, we use horror movie type fucking samples. Like, you know, I want to make a fucking song about Skinamarink for our next album. And possibly even Smile, you know, but like, you know, because you can hear, like, I love the sounds of like that movie where it was just super fucked up, like, you know, it was just the girl screaming, but like it had bass drops. It was so fucking weird, dude.
Yeah.
It was like end credits. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like,
kind of,
like, you know, fucking.
It gets manipulated. It gets distorted.
Yeah, and I kind of want to add a lot of that on our next album.
Dude,
But
absolutely. I think for me, the only miss that Einstein Kills ever did recently, and this is in regards to what has been the Silver Scream era so far, they only have made a song per movie. But the thing is, their capabilities and their potential of extending and creating multiple songs per
yeah,
movie, I was telling this to my sister too, because like I said, I got her obsessed with Einstein Kills. The theatrics, the metalcore, the heavier deathcore friendly breakdowns, especially with the
yeah,
art of
that's
Black
what got
Dude.
me into them. Was like
Mhm.
I heard Merry Xmas, and I was just like, this goes hard. Like the fuck, this is a
Yeah,
metal band.
a
Like,
part of me really wishes that they milked each of the movies that they were making songs about into 3 to 4 songs, made EPs, maybe called let's see. What's a good example? And literally, the American Nightmare. Imagine an American Nightmare EP that's at least 3 to 4 tracks instead of one song. And then they did that for every single movie. You know how many fucking EPs that they would have to then condense into the Silver Scream collection and have like 2 super albums worth of music? You know what I mean? They kind
yeah,
of just made a song per movie. And it's like now they're running out of horror movies to make music off of that.
I if I was them, I would do creepypastas. Like, come on,
Dude, do creepy
but
pastas like in their place, dude. Fucking utilize
that'd
the
be cool.
opportunity.
Like,
Fucking dude.
that's what they should do. Like, just bring creepypastas back. It would make all the millennials happy.
Yeah. Well, do it
Well,
in their
I'm not a
place.
millennial, but like, you get it.
Who cares? I mean,
But
still love creepy pastas, but I think kind of wrapping up the front to back session and that front to back review with all that commentary in between. I wanted to kind of vocalize an opinion for the album cover itself, right? In which, honestly, the original EP cover had some taste to it. And really, I
yeah,
think the only thing that was missing from it was like 4K, just like sharpening, right? I think it ended up being the closest thing that you guys should get. And this is just my personal opinion. It was the closest thing that y'all should get to a Slam album cover. And if y'all decided to just redo that one and have like, you know, Satan levitating above that crowd of demons up in the right hand corner, I think that would have been a killer thing to bring back. But I understand the approach with the new album cover. So I'm like, okay, this is pretty cool. It's interesting. It's
yeah.
fun.
Okay, so I wanted to like actually talk to you about this. So why this is like this album right here? I don't know if you could see it. It's kind of like the fucking
Yeah, no, I can see it.
yeah. Um. So you see how like the on the bottom, right? You see kind of
Yes,
see on the bottom.
yes,
Um, it's supposed to be upside down, and
right,
all the angels are actually supposed to be upside down too. So if you turn it like this,
right,
it looks like the angels are like going upward,
right,
and that's what I was kind of going for. The original piece is from like an 1800s painting where it has Jesus holding like a cross the right side way, and I kind of do like I thought like the perfect representation of like Satan taking over heaven would be that because it's like it shows how fucking powerful he is and when you know holding God's head with like a fucking tornado of like angels burning, you
right.
know, it just like I was either like gonna go for like snakes, but I feel like people wouldn't understand what the fuck I was trying to go for, and they probably wouldn't even tell if it was like snakes. um you know, but I wanted to like just like portray that where it just shows a bit like you could like look at this like it's like from the Sistine Chapel,
Yeah, yeah.
and you know show,
The
but it's
Devil's
like an
Sistine Chapel. Yeah,
inverted like if the Sistine Chapel was satanic and it just like was
right.
dark and evil and
Maybe underneath the chapel then.
yeah, like and, you know just like this the Sistine Chapel breaks and it shows this and the Omen scene comes on where it's like you know
Yeah,
like that's
exactly.
kind of what I was going for. Like it's just I prefer satanic art that is like corrupted versions of Christianity. Like
That's
Baphomet's cool by itself, but I like to just, push a fucking limit. That's why we did that whole VeggieTales t-shirt, just to like fucking be like, yeah, fuck you. Like that we are satanic. We're opposing Bible Man and VeggieTales. And that's kind of what I like. I always like to go for that, just to like, invert.
truly invoke the adversary.
Yeah, because like people don't understand, to be a satanic band is not just to like have pentagrams everywhere. It's to like oppose the fucking like the mainstream and like just do different shit, slow breakdowns, fucking add the most disgusting vocals, and basically push to a limit that no one would go to.
Yeah.
Similar to Infinite Annihilator. But I wanted to like, with Nitheful, I kind of wanted to more be a philosophical Infinite Annihilator instead of just like pushing the fucking limits. Like, but yeah, that's like what I wanted to do with that.
Naturally.
So do you want me to like talk about each song with what it means and everything, or?
So we'll go ahead and take a break, actually, from the commentary regarding the album, because after all, that's going to be the front to back like review, post listening review. We'll definitely touch up on that because I know you have a lot to tell me track to track about the Paradism Ruination LP version, but not only that, the newer tracks.
Yes.
We'll go ahead and take a break from that for a little bit, kind of get back to more casual ground, okay? And kind of just catch up on everything recently, talk about, bring spotlight maybe to recent unfortunate circumstances and, people, cancel culture being annoying as fuck, like that type of shit. So I don't know where you want to start as far as getting everybody caught up on between December of 2022 and now. But quite literally, I mean, we have a scripted questionnaire compared to our last session that we can resort to. But otherwise, I mean, this is your opportunity to kind of rant and rave in a, in a somewhat filtered way.
Yeah, I don't know, just like the story was definitely especially with like some things that are going on, it was definitely like I should have known not to like push to that extreme, but I also was like, oh, these bands do MySpace deathcore, they talk about how we rape women and do the fucked up shit. I just don't get like what's the difference, when using art, all of it is just fucked up in its own way, but sometimes, people like to pick and choose their fucking favorites. And it's something that I realize a lot when it comes to music. And, I definitely we're gonna change the lyrics, to be more fitting, but I was kind of just like writing it more, like I said, like the girl was saying vile fucking shit because it's like it's what happened with the story of Annalise Michelle. She basically talked about vile fucking shit from that era. And I wanted to, showcase what happened, with that, what she was saying. And I kind of messed up with the lyrics a little bit. But yeah, that's basically what that I was going for. I wanted to like push how far you can go because Infinite Annihilator, they fucking push to the extreme with all that fucked up shit. Dude, you can read it. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to like, showcase like how MySpace, some of these bands just like will pick and choose their favorites. Like, oh yeah, we can talk about like skinning whores and beating women to death, but second you talk about that topic, you know, it's too much.
Right.
And
And
it's kind of shitty because it's like I didn't attack really anybody. It was more just me trying to be edgy, and that's pretty much all it was.
right, right. And I mean, because I was kind of like oblivious, and I remember you texting me like, shit, like things might be going south. Fuck. And I'm like, well, what happened? I was
Yeah.
like, what happened? And you're like, well, someone leaked lyrics for a song, and I will take accountability for this, okay? Because this is talking about history. But all you told me, all that I heard and observed was that it had to do with Nazis and, Nazi Germany or some shit. So I'm like, okay, hold up. Breaks. What's going on?
Yeah,
Like, what's this song
and I
about?
wanted to like write it where it wasn't like racist. Like it's
Okay.
not, NSBM. It was more just like trying to do what Slayer was doing, like, fucking with Angel of Death. Like they said at Auschwitz, the meaning of pain, the more I want you to die. And that's kind of what I was like kind of going for, like, because that's what Annalise said. Like, she said she was possessed by a fucking demonic fucking Hitler. And that's kind of like, I wanted to like portray that with her fucking, with what she was saying. And,
Right.
I'm going to like change it a bit so people more understand that. Because it's like, it's less of based around that and more touching on the subject of like mental health
Mm,
mental health, because people forget. They say fucking wild shit like this. They say I fucking will kill everybody and put them in gas like, because that's what she said. Like, if you've heard what Annalise Michelle said, she came from that World War II era. She was actually scared of that era. But when the priest came in, it was like, I bless you. Um, you know, she was just saying all this wild shit because it was in her head. And most people, for me personally, I think she was not possessed. Just saying. But
sure.
she died. And basically, you can definitely showcase how that has a lot to do with religion. And religion definitely makes you feel like you're a fucking terrible fucking person and that you are fucking awful, and it's so goddamn similar to fucking cancel culture.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
And like you could, just, and that's kind of what it really showcases, because she was like just saying the most vile, terrible fucking shit while being possessed. She was just like, "Oh, fuck you." Like that, I wanted to really showcase what a fucking girl mind who is like possessed during that time period would be like. And that's kind of what I was like going for. Like,
Yeah.
she's gonna like, it's not just about that. We have also another song where basically she's in a hospital. And then like a bunch of flies are fucking like surrounding her, and the demons just like, your 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 girl's body is mine. She is a grave, and you are fucked. And then you hear the flies like swarm around her.
Right. Right.
And that's what I basically want to portray. And you don't know if she's possessed or not. And she's gonna like I have a whole fucking story for it.
Right. So
Like,
ultimately, then, too, kind of like detaching from the story of that song, we understand a little bit more of the context now. And here's
yeah,
what I'm saying,
yes, a lot of people don't fucking know the context, and it's like the context is it's just like it's the girl saying fucked up shit.
yeah. So here's what I'll say as the primary host of the Anatomy Crosscast, talking with my buddy here, Derrek Connolly of Nitheful. We do not take kindly to very ignorant and uneducated people who are willing to take such drastic actions in the regards of one band when they completely dismiss the creative results of another. We don't fuck with that. And like my buddy Joker of Shrine said, and this has stuck with me ever since we had that first podcast that at first uploaded, but then even he realized that some of the stuff he said in the session was a little bit unhinged and that we needed to edit it, and then we would eventually just kind of wipe it, you know, because this dude, this fool Joker, he ain't playing around. Like he goes by the name Joker because he has Joaquin Phoenix's Joker tattooed on the side of his head. But
oh wow,
yeah, he says some wild shit, but in the end, you know, even he was like, yo, we need to edit this, we might need to restart, like I said some fucking stupid shit, so we'll have to wait until another time. But this is something he said that's always stuck with me, and I think this was in the DMs. Sometimes you have to take the silent gangster approach with certain shit. If people are trying to cancel you, for whatever reason, okay, if you don't have a reason to immediately bow down, grovel even, and say, hey, I messed up, I'm sorry, then fucking don't.
That's what I'm good as. Like, if you know, I'm an artist. I don't need to apologize for my art.
Because the thing is, you know, this is something that's always been important to me, is separating, like not separating the art from the artist. Okay.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of people, you know, they assume a lot of shit about me because, you know, I'm a shit poster. I like to start shit online. You know, I'm like, fuck you, fuck it. You know, like a lot of people don't get that I'm just trying to be sarcastic and just
right. Well, not
you know,
only that, but
I look at life like tragedy. I think you should just kind of like laugh at it because it's like it's the best way to cope. Like even if the world is ending or whatever, like you just gotta like laugh at it because it's like
if you
we're gonna fucking die anyway. So it's like why do we gotta be serious about it? You know.
But not only that, but you see this depicted whether in real life or in fictional narratives. Sometimes when you laugh in the face of the enemy and when you laugh in the face of your oppressor or your enemy, the person who's invoking and just throwing all this shit at you. Sometimes if you just laugh in their face, they'll get caught off guard. They'll stop and they'll kind of step away. It's the human response, I think, to catching your enemy off guard and showing them that you don't care. So therefore the response that they want to get from you as far as inflicting this pain or trying to, for example, cancel you, if you just laugh in their face or remain quiet and don't respond at all, they will get irritated. They'll question what they're doing.
You know, I constantly, you know, just continue to just do what I do. You know, I've been kind of like shit posting less, and I'm gonna just kind of like, I don't know, go on TikTok live and just, you know, because that's where I can be myself more or less. And I got like a decent amount of like people to watch, so that's kind of what I'm gonna do more. You know, instead of just like making posts. Because a lot of people take shit out of context, and it's like, you know, I definitely don't try to start shit with people. I'm very like chill. I stick to myself. Like if I'm proud misanthrope, you know, fucking, you know, just like I don't like majority of people, and you know, I think that's fine. I don't think we need to like.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and I think people, you know, like for me personally, politically, I'm independent. You know,
right?
You know, you are very proudly right wing, and it's like I definitely think that we need to like stop hating on people for that type of shit because you know we aren't politicians. We don't know who these people are, and I'm sure like you like if Trump pissed you off, you know, you would go against him too if he like did some fucking shady shit. So it's like I definitely think people just don't understand that we're all fucking human and we need to like we need to agree to disagree, that, you know, we're not going to agree with everybody. People suck. And, we just kind of got to need our own crowd. We don't need to make friends with everybody. We don't
Yeah.
need to love everybody.
No.
We need to just like have our own fucking set, like a, group. And if, people like us, then they like us.
Yes.
And I feel like a lot of people fucking forget that's what being human is. It's
Yes.
like, having your own little crowd. Because, dude, I trust me, I used to be like that. I used to be like, I want to fit in with the metal community because they're the outcasts. And then you fucking realize that they're no fucking different than anybody else.
Well, at least,
Like-
and if I may interject, one thing I definitely want to make clear from my perspective is that I have been a closeted right-leaning individual since 2016. So for anybody who cares about this and needs to understand where I stand, where I am politically, yes, of course, I'm very open with saying that I, as an individual, right, voted for both Trump, Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Eli Carter, and literally everybody involved in the MAGA campaign. Okay. I voted for all of them and I root for all of them because for whatever reason right now, we are seeing a cultural shift where the counterculture is no longer actually the counterculture. They don't realize this yet, or they choose to ignore it. But unfortunately, the counterculture is now hand in hand with the mainstream media, with everybody that they shouldn't be with. Once you are working with the enemy and once you are advocating for Soros-pocketed politicians, once you are advocating for a band once known for being so, just punk and anti-establishment, that being Green Day, and the moment they get good rock star money, they're like, I'm not a part of a MAGA agenda. I'm like, first of all, shut the fuck up. 2, you're not punk. 3, like, dude, Green Day is the most annoying, quote, punk band, I think, in the music genre right now.
I would consider them more pop punk, but
they're more pop punk. And that's the thing, too. I don't really associate...
I consider, like, My Chemical Romance emo, and they don't really touch on, like, anything political or...
Right, and that's okay.
And that's why I like them, too. It's like, they're not, like, political, but I also don't care if bands are political either. Like To the Grave, I'd say they're kind of they're more vegan, but
they're just vegan.
Vegans are chill. They tell you not to eat meat, but they have badass music, so I can't really fucking say shit.
Right.
But
right.
you like the problem I definitely have with these types of people. What definitely started it was definitely telling me what bands I can't listen to.
Right.
Telling me that Marilyn Manson, you have to take him off your playlist. And it's like that shit really fucking hurt because it's like we had no evidence. Evan Rachel Wood definitely is just not. she got fucked. Like she had a whole documentary, and now it's like proven that she like faked it all, and and I fucking always looked up to Marilyn Manson because it's like. He just kind of like did his own fucking thing, wiped the American flag with his ass, burned Bibles, fucking had that cool ass fucking video for like Antichrist Superstar, or he like had the whole kind of like get the fascist kind of get up with It's just kind of like, but it was like mocking it. It was less than not agreeing with it.
Yes.
And that's the thing, dude. Is like. People need to like the thing with like fascism. People need to like make fun of it.
Yes.
Like they don't need because the more you need to like take it seriously, the more powerful it gets.
Yep.
And I think more people just need to like make fun of it, just mock it, and just like what Marilyn Manson did. Like he wasn't actually a fucking fascist. He was like just had that get up and burned Bibles on stage and wiped the American flag with his ass. And it's like that's just like true fucking art. To me.
That's true counterculture right there.
Yeah, that's true
that really is.
And it's like, like I want more like bands to do that.
Yeah, it was really sad too, seeing a lot of the artists and musicians that I was planning to host on my show or that I've already hosted on my show. Not that many, but you know, the couple of examples that did come out of the woodworks to be like, oh, quote, it's a sad day in America today with the election. I'm like, look, it's okay. You're going to be okay.
Yeah.
You are, you know, as far as I'm concerned, just speaking back on that, you're not actually in the counterculture if you are voting for the people who are involved with the machine and you're fighting against the people who are not involved in the machine, in the establishment, the people who aren't pocketed, the people who are outliers. You've fallen for their scheme. You've fallen for the hive mind bullshit. And, you know, of course, I'm not going to say anything beyond that, because that would hurt a lot of connections that I've made. But what I will say is that there were a couple people who were talking about like everybody who voted for Trump should kick the trigger in a shotgun with the barrel in their mouth. You know, like they should kill them. And I'm
like, and there's like actually like one girl in the metal scene who, you know, in the Florida metal scene who got canceled for that too. Like, and it's just like it's just a whole like it's a whole thing, and it's just it's shitty because it's like we should all like be working with each other, like even if it's like you're against each other. Me personally, I definitely see more both sides of the spectrum because it's like,
Yes.
you know, I definitely don't like the right pushing fucking Christianity.
Yeah.
But I also don't like that the left is favoritism with this fucking I am a hero mentality. And I really wish more people could just be like, you know, like what fucking Anton LaVey fucking said, there is no good, there is no evil, there is only us. And I feel like having a good versus evil like mindset is like some of these people, they'll say they're super like anti-religious, but then they'll be like, look, he's evil, he has a fucking you know, he listens to cancel bands, does all this shit, and like, oh, like I feel like more people just need to realize good and evil just don't fucking exist. It's just a concept that was created to control people. You know, it's been done for like ages now, similar to Christianity, similar to Islam, similar to Judaism. It's like all of it's the fucking same. And this constant, you know, because I used to be there, dude. I understand their point of view in like you're wanting to be the good guy of the situation, but then you realize like the people who you thought were good just end up being terrible people too. And it's just like,
well,
that's why I think more people just need to realize that good and evil just don't fucking exist. We're all humans.
That's definitely
Humans are inherently selfish. Humans are fucking corrupt. It's just part of us. And it's just like something that you need to get used to.
Yeah.
Some people are worse than others. That's just how I look at it as.
And that's fair. I think that's definitely one of the things that you and me have always like differed in is for me, the one thing I can agree on that more or less alludes to that more broader philosophy you mentioned earlier. It's all about like the moral compass of individual by individual. So then for me, it's like you collect the moral compass and you see how many people agree on a moral compass of good or evil. And truly, perspective wise, it is person by person. I mean, hell.
Yeah, like the spider is good to the fly. What is good to the spider? What is bad to the fly?
Right.
Or what is good to the mouse? What is, you know, bad to the cat? It's like there's no fucking difference. Like you could say Tom and Jerry, for example. You could say Tom was evil because he was bigger. He always made Jerry feel like shit. But other people will be like, no, Jerry's evil because he like fucking trolled him and made him feel like shit and almost made him go to the brink of suicide. So it's like, you know, it's the same shit. Like good and evil don't exist. Like some people have their own fucking goals with others. And I definitely feel like the whole push to you are evil for this or that, it just it pushes people to like,
It divides.
It divides people. It fucking makes people like feel terrible about themselves, and
Yeah.
it's just, I definitely think that needs to just go away, and unfortunately it never will, because people have this obsession with being a moral compass, and
Side of
until you
history.
fucking realize that morality is subjective, and that we're on a fucking floating rock in the middle of space, just, you gotta fucking deal with it. Like, you
Yeah.
gotta fucking look at shit. Like, we are
Utilize your
all gonna
instincts.
probably fucking die in about 50 fucking years or so, and deal with it. Like, I don't know what else to tell these people. Is like, like, just don't fucking pick these sides, and just focus on you. Focus
Yeah.
on what your goal is, and don't be into like everyone. Don't focus on clout points. Focus on you. Focus on your art. And who
Yes.
cares if people don't like it? You
Yeah.
like it. So
Absolutely. No, I mean, honestly, you're going to be the villain in somebody's story, no matter who you are.
yeah,
I know that I'm the villain in the story of at least a good portion of the people that I used to be romantically engaged with. And that isn't to say that I did shitty with the relationships. I don't think, because I was like, in that sense, just speaking upon romantic connections, dude. Oh my god, I just gravitate, and I pull in, I attract the wrong women, and that's not me
I
saying
could definitely agree with you there. Wink, wink.
wink, wink, yeah.
But, I'm not. Yeah, but
It's a whole thing. It's a whole
yeah,
thing. But the thing is, no matter what, you're going to be the villain in somebody's story. So instead of, and this is kind of me trying to say something and trying to compare my philosophies to Derrek here, but for me, it's always been about utilizing your instincts, not really focusing, especially on what the majority of the population is saying, right? Because think about it, that's how the first incarnation back in Woodstock, back in the 60s, that's how Woodstock in the first era, the first wave of counterculture was established, whether it be through LSD, but also the philosophies. If you push away then the substances that the federal government was using to experiment upon a lot of different hippies, most likely what created personalities like Ted Bundy or Charles Manson, right? Because they were just throwing shit out. They're like, you know what? Let's see how these hippies squirm when we give them LSD, acid, whatever, ecstasy, you name it. Let's see how they squirm. And then all these people are like, yo, the war, man, fight against the war. And they're absolutely right. Don't get me wrong. From a historical perspective, looking back, Vietnam, World War I, World War II, the Cold War, all of it was so unnecessary. It was just an ego boost, if not an attempt.
Yeah,
Yeah, an attempt to control resources. Right.
We
So
might get into another one.
right. We might be getting, oh my God, yeah. Like we're probably days away from that. Fucking Merry Christmas, everybody. Or Merry Yuletide, Happy Yule. But just utilize your instincts and understand that no matter how often you try to appease to people's better nature, there will often be times to where, for example, like me, and this is the only thing I will claim for my own personality, not for the sake of ego, but for the sake of transparency. For a long time, I was trying to appease to everybody that I knew and loved and that I knew and aspired to be, was inspired by. Once upon a time, people, I was the nicest guy around. Everybody knew me. Everybody cared about me. Everybody wanted to be around me. But the thing is, the moment I decided to draw boundaries over the years, that's when people decided to depart. And I'm like, well, fuck that, man. If you have to just have no social boundaries whatsoever, have no limits whatsoever, be open to every experience, even if it's dangerous to your well-being or to the people that deserve your respect, you have to draw those boundaries. You have to put a limit for yourself and understand that you're mortal and that chances are this is the only life that you have as the person that you are now. For example, me, this is the only life to where I'm going to be Sean Cross as everything has transpired so far in my life. So utilize your instincts, Stop following the leader with everybody around you. And for God's sake, people, for lack of a better term, for fuck's sake, stop feeding in to people and their philosophies in which they will never give you audience. They will never be in the room with you. And I'm mainly talking about federals. I'm mainly talking about politicians, or maybe even musicians who are at the very, very tippity top, like Drake, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion. None of these people will ever fucking care about you. So stop caring about their philosophies. Stop feeding into their bullshit.
Or stop caring like about like who they're voting for. Like,
Yes, Jesus Christ. That
oh
was
my God, there was one thing that really made me laugh where it's like they had the Avengers
oh my
assembled.
God, that was so
All the Avenger actors just come
Kamala
back
forever.
and
I'm gonna kill yourself.
you need to all vote for Kamala, and it's just like, you know, that people don't like get why we got in this situation is because people like what they don't have. You know, when you tell someone that they're evil, they're a piece of shit, people are gonna be like, huh, why? Like, you know, like with Ronnie Radke, with like people are curious about stuff that they can't have. And, you know, a lot of people need to fucking understand that is like bad publicity is good publicity. And, you know, it will get hate, but you'll actually get what you people will talk.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's kind of like I push the bigger like the lines with things because it's like, you know, you look at Infinite Annihilator, bro, they fucking had the most fucked up lyrics. Literally had the fucking in 2016 had the fucking title Newborn Porn on the lyric video. I was just
Right.
like, that's fucking wild.
But then the purpose behind it, if I may, was to promote the atrocities of the church.
The Catholic Church, yeah.
And
I'm
that's
excited to see like what they're gonna do. I think they're gonna talk about Epstein Island. I think that's what Dickie said on his live stream. He said he's gonna talk about like Epstein Island and possibly like Diddy and all that shit that celebrities are doing in like an Infinite Annihilator album, which would be fucking crazy.
that'll be really cool. That'll be juicy as well. That will be, and
Yeah.
I'll be playing the fucking vinyl for that. Bet your ass.
Yeah, no, it's like because it's like they're the one band that's like perfect to talk about that, like about the celebrity parties, about the island, like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, a lot of people like expected that shit to be fake. Like, oh, celebrities would never do that. And it's like you gotta fucking realize, especially like the fucking quiet on set shit, bro. You never thought as a kid that these kids were going through all this fucking shit. It's all just a fucking camera, and it you know, it will fuck you up because you're just like, the fuck, like what happened, like, you know. And it's just like you're looking at this shit as a kid and it was like the fucking everything felt like amazing, but then you realize an adult these kids were like fucking sexually abused, and it's just like,
no, dude, it's
know,
insane.
a lot of the veils are coming off.
They're lifting.
Like, and it's like a lot of people are sad about it, but it's like I feel like it's more fucked up to like hide something like that than to like,
or to want to be ignorant of it when it affects
yeah,
children.
like, and that's the fucking problem, bro. Is like those people, they're not like, you know, like the fucking dude, I forgot his name, but he had like a fucking shrine to John Wayne Gacy. Like in like let's be real, like if a metal band had like a fucking picture of John Wayne Gacy on a fucking somewhere, no one would care. But this dude worked with Nickelodeon. So it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, honestly,
So it's like, because it's, you know, we're used to dark shit. We're used, you know, Acid Bath even had a fucking, I've never actually listened to Acid Bath, but I know that they had the John Wayne Gacy picture on as their album cover. And, you know, but fucking that dude who fucking worked for Nickelodeon, it wasn't Dan Schneider, I forgot his name. But he fucking, yeah, he basically was the reason like Drake Bell was like fucked up.
right.
had sex with him every day.
Yeah, most likely the main
and you can't do shit. You can't do shit. Like, you did not have a childhood. That is
wild.
That is wild.
It's wild. You pay it like that's. And here's the thing, people. For me, being like I'm personally, I've seen a lot of people again talking about the connections I've made and the bands I've talked with, the musicians I've talked with throughout all this time, who are trying to be on the right side of history, yet they are not. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And that's okay because people change over time. And this is not me trying to be condescending either. Just like, oh, I guess they're fucking stupid now. Hopefully they won't be later on. No, that's not what I'm trying to say at all, because that would be actually a dick move and that would be very irresponsible for me to say. What I'm trying to say instead is that I get it. I understand that because of the last 4 years, hell, even most of the years in this century and all the gaslighting that we've been put through regarding historical events and the true nature behind them, we have been gaslit and manipulated into bullying certain people like Michael Jackson or Rosie O'Donnell, or even Mr. President-elect Donald J. Trump as of this next January. There are a lot of people who have been bullied into hiding, where then you have plenty of celebrities and plenty of people who are not being held accountable for the skeletons in their closet. And people, as far as I'm concerned, making sure to try to hold them accountable going into the near future as we have this new innovative, fresh outlier cast and crew descending into the White House. And this is continuing to talk about shit politically. I promise you guys, with the people that get in there, if they're able to get in there without World War III starting or any other obstacles by the current White House and the current federal cast and crew, if we manage to get them in, I promise you guys, by advocating for them and kind of freeing yourself from the blatant manipulation and audio samples that were meant to poison their character all these years now. Sure, all politicians are roughly the same. That's okay. I'm not trying to disagree with that. But what I'll tell you right now is that the true counterculture will be fighting against the federal government, not with them, against the future cast and crew. So please do yourselves a favor. Be more open. Stop being convinced that everything with the label conspiracy theory is absolutely and undeniably false, because we're descending into an era where most conspiracy theories will either be buried or declassified and labeled as true. Like, please be open-minded, think for yourself, think as an individual, not someone who wants to advocate and never have boundaries drawn in the sand, never have limits, right? Because this is saying it goes for your personal character too. If you don't ever draw boundaries for yourself, you can never actually establish yourself as a person. And I had to learn that the hard way. So do yourselves a favor and kind of do that with politics as well. Do that with world philosophy and world history as well. Don't forget about the past, because then you can recreate the past unintentionally. And that's definitely what a lot of people are trying to do right now. But I'm telling you guys, if you think for yourself, think individually, draw a line in the sand, create limits for yourself as far as what you're okay with. That is the true counterculture. That is the true and new counterculture that will be washing through the world as we speak, going into the near future. Be a part of it or get left behind, period. And that's not a threat, that's a promise.
Yeah, no, the fear mongering is just crazy.
I'm done with the fear mongering, man. Fuck all of them. Like, yeah. I'm sorry, but fuck all of it. That's why I'm grateful that I haven't lost a good chunk of my subscribers too, because that means, as far as I'm concerned, people, that most of you agree with me, even if you just videos day by day.
Because it's just been like everyone's just has this obsession with like morality and like the one girl. Let me tell you about her. I'm not gonna say her name.
That's fine.
But basically, she used to like be part of the scene. Everyone liked her, but then they found out she voted for Trump, so then they like bullied her, called her a piece of shit. Found out her parents' like phone number. found out her address, kept like telling her to go kill herself. Like, just it's just like crazy. Like, I don't know why people just can't like talk it. Like, it's just, I don't get it. I personally will never get it. Like, these people, like, if you're mad, just fucking be mad at the government. You could be mad at Trump or Kamala, but don't be mad at the people that, like, are just chill. We don't, you didn't go to the state capitol to fucking, like, you didn't do that. You don't call, you don't fucking, like, I think more people need to know that there's like the loud, obnoxious people, and then there's like us who just kind of like
The
chill to
quiet
ourselves.
majority.
Yeah, like,
The people who
like
are civil.
I definitely lean more independent because, I still have my problems with conservatives, but I definitely have like more agree with them than
Yeah.
the left. But, I'm not gonna like put a label on myself politically for that, because it's
Right.
like I've always been independent,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
it's like the attack from those people is just, it's fucking mind-blowing, dude.
It's a hive mind and it's a
They're
cult.
on their own fucking witch hunt.
Yeah.
They're on
No,
like, you're a bad person. You're a bad person. You look like you voted for Trump. You look like you. It's like, dude, you're no different than what the Christians did to witches in like the fucking 1400s.
that is the new establishment, and that is the new
And it's
cult
like,
following.
instead of burning people, you basically just ruin people's careers, call people, tell your boss, you better for Trump, ruin their lives, but all that fucking fun shit. Like,
Fuck
I feel
off.
like if they stopped doing that, they would probably gain more politically, but unfortunately they're going to keep doing that. They're doubling down. They're wearing blue bracelets. It's like, okay, you do you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of living in a country like
I know people who voted for Kamala. I know people who voted for Trump. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely don't give a shit. It's like, we'll see what happens. Just see what fucking happens. That's like,
Right.
and I think more people need to fucking do that instead
Seriously.
of doubling down, like hating people, like just
telling people to kill
we're all on this fucking rock together, guys.
Yeah.
Like, we're
Let's
all
work together.
on this rock together.
Not only that, but the moment that, most importantly, people, if you don't take anything away from that first major rant that I just did, take away this. They're winning. If you're getting so feral at the mouth, foaming at the mouth, attacking your fellow peers, canceling them, telling them to kill themselves, actually invoking murder and inciting violence, inciting assassinations, and be like, hey, someone should assassinate Donald J. Trump. I'm like, huh? None of us have done that with Kamala, even though, on the inside, a lot of us didn't really like her at all, and we knew what was going on. None of us did that, dude.
Yeah, no, here's fucking something funny. Bernie Sanders, who I fucking was all for in 2016.
Me too.
Is like working with Trump now.
Yeah, because the left turned on him. Just like they turned on RFK or Tulsi Gabbard. Like, y'all don't realize that if it's not that you're on the wrong side of history, it's that you're cannibalizing yourselves. Y'all got to be better. Y'all got to be hella better than what you're doing right now, because no wonder fucking he won 312 majority, like 312 electoral votes. It's because y'all are. Here's a pretty easy analogy. Right-leaning conservatives, independents, people who happen to not vote for Harris, they're more like Western honeybees. Y'all are fucking Japanese murder hornets, okay? Like, I'm sorry, but
oh man,
y'all are so aggressive for no reason, just like actually chewing the heads off these poor honeybees. Well, we're just like, yo, we're making some honey, dude. We're making some honey. You can turn it into mead. You can put it on your bread. Like, we're vibing. We're pollinating flowers. Y'all are just like, kill all the bees. Kill all the bees. I'm like, calm down. Calm down, please and thank you.
fucking lion there. Holy shit.
Dude, and the thing is, too, this only happened recently. Just like the Japanese murder hornets only came overseas from Japan recently. Like, y'all are trying to ball gag a new culture that's not going to last long. That's not a threat either, okay? I don't like to make threats. I'm just telling you from an overarching historical standpoint and looking back on history, it's not going to work out forever. Y'all need to calm down and work together with your fellow man, not take FEMA's approach and actually skip over houses during Hurricane Helene who happened to vote for Trump, because that's what they did. This is official now.
Yeah.
And that pissed me off too. I'm like, oh, so they most likely were trying to wipe out a whole bunch of people utilizing technology like Project Bluebeam. They most likely did wipe out a whole bunch of people. That way, maybe there would be less people voting for him. They decided to get their hands dirty and utilize the same tech we utilized and used back during the Vietnam War to wipe out Viet Cong supply chains with dramatic floods out of nowhere. And that's something now.
Yeah, Hurricane Helene was fucking crazy. Like we got it, but we didn't get the worst of it. They got North Carolina got the shit fucking piled of it.
Yeah,
We got like some rain and some wind. That's really it. They got the end of times. I was just like, holy shit. It's crazy though, that same storm that came near us just was like, whoop.
Yeah, seriously. Remember now,
people were telling me, like, I work tech support. So people were telling me, like, people who were from North Carolina told me they fucking water was up 40 feet. Like, what the fuck, dude? That is, I can't even picture 40 feet. That's, and like, so the storm they got, Florida wouldn't get as bad because it's like, tropical storm. Like, that's literally a fucking normal day in Florida for us.
right?
But they got literally the worst of it. So
seriously,
yeah.
This will probably be the most controversial podcast because of all the conspiracy shit I'm talking about. But fucking whatever, dude. History will recognize it as the truth eventually.
Hey, yeah, Nitheful's all for free speech. So
yes, and I appreciate that. That's why we're bringing Nitheful back onto the show, because the thing is, like I said not too long ago now, me and Derrek might not agree on everything, but here's something we do agree upon: not having a filter, not getting oppressed, and not having your ideas shoved under the rug because other people don't agree with you.
Yeah,
that's the beauty. That's why we host bands like Nitheful, not only because they're one of the heaviest bands in the scene, but because of that. Like, you know what? You do you, share your thoughts, and I won't badger you for it.
I never understood why we gotta like stop talking to people because they don't like share the same opinion. Like, dude, with Christians like that attack me, like I'll let them fucking spam Jesus is king. I don't give a fuck. They'll just look stupid because I'm just gonna be like, fuck you, like it doesn't bother me, like like it's just like because it's like whatever until they start like actually doxing my like where I live and shit, which I mean they're probably good, but it's like they get bored because I'm just like, haha, yeah, let me get some hammer and nails for your fucking Jesus.
You take that same kind of silent gangster approach, but you don't give them the response they want, so then
it's just on TikTok live, like the fucking NPCs who are probably 14 years old. So. They don't fucking bother me. Like, I mostly do it to try to like interact with my fans more. Sometimes I do it like while recording. But yeah.
We're back. Okay. So after doing the live stream, we decided to go ahead and do what will be the second half of this, the second chunk of this session, concluding everything for tonight. Under the Skin, some other really cool announcements as well. We'll all be doing that off live stream. But let's go ahead and start off by going Under the Skin, a Paradism Ruination, like we just decided not to do in the original session, mainly because that session was focusing on the creation of God. So, as per the tradition of Under the Skin, okay, we oftentimes in the past have gone into libraries, found a book that happened to be the album cover. We've gone to shrines now. We've gone to video stores like Blockbuster, found a VHS that's depicted as a horror film, but instead we're actually talking about the innards, the guts, right, of this album. So whatever metaphor you wish to use then, or if you just want to go more traditional and regard it simply as an album, let's go ahead and talk about the overall encompassing theme. So per se, if you were trying to simplify this, introduce this to brand new people as if the first EP didn't even come out, maybe, how would you describe the entirety of this album lyrically, narratively speaking?
I would say I definitely try to like go for more like Milton's Paradise Lost, besides like 2 songs that were added, because that's more like portraying with the Antichrist. Like Omen and Thy Shepherd's Creed to Insolence, Desecration and Rot. I basically just wanted to portray, because like one of my favorite stories and poems is John Milton's Paradise Lost, and it portrays the fall of Satan instead of this like evil demonic character. He's more this like rebel who stood up to tyranny, like who questioned everything, and I definitely vibe more with that. I actually read Paradise Lost when I was uh, in high school. Funny enough, we actually like talked about it in English class, and it, mixed like the whole like era with like Frankenstein with Paradise Lost, and um, basically I wanted to like show with this album like that kind of when I first picked up the Satanic Bible. I wanted to basically like, yes, this is evil. It looks evil, but like the lyrics are more portraying like that God is the tyrant and that, Satan wanted to like free us.
Right.
And
And
you could like use a bunch of like different metaphorical concepts that, the Satan, that fucking the rebel finally, defeated the tyrant, and that Satan freed us from the shackles of God, who wanted to basically just control us. And it talks about that in Paradise Lost too, like better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. It
right.
actually
Oh my
have
God.
that like around the piece where it talks about better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Like, why would I serve in heaven, be fake, just give in to the fucking Christianity bullshit when I could just, be my own God? And, I'm gonna actually go through like all the lyrics so that you can understand what, like here is the I don't know if you can see it,
Yes.
but here is the like it showcases, Satan, Baphomet, but I call it Satan. I don't know, but so you want me to just go through each song, right?
Right. So I wanted to ask something too, a little bit more personal to Nitheful. Was the creation of God a prequel to Paradism Ruination? I think I remember you mentioning that in the first set.
Yes. So basically, the creation of God and more touches on like philosophical about like the concept of God and how it does not make sense. The Tyrant touches on about how he's omnipresent, omni this, omni that, but watches people die. So basically, Book of Divinity portrays the Crusades going into towns and then killing a bunch of people who were not Christian. And then basically after that, it goes into the Tyrant, and it talks about God and how he's the tyrant and he will never be stopped and that he is above everything. And technically, you could say that both albums are very satanic because it's portraying me as God. So basically, with that, you know, it's an album that I wanted to be super anti-religious, super fuck you to everybody. Like, you know, talk about how there's been, you know, forced, you know, birthing and all that shit, and you know, killing babies, and how it's part of like all the religious doctrine and everything. And Paradism Ruination more touches on like the subject of like what Satan means, why, like what, you know, especially the revolution, sunt and paradisio. That'll be the first song. I'm gonna read the lyrics to you.
Okay.
So, the first part of the song is from it's actually from an excerpt from Paradise Lost. Let me actually pull up that excerpt right now. And this kind of like really showcases what we're about. Like, what this song is about, what this album is about. Let me read the exact the speech that Satan said to So this reads, farewell. Here we go. Farewell, happy fields where joy forever dwells. Hail horrors, hail infernal world, and thou profoundest hell, receive thy new possessor. One who brings a mind not to be changed by place or time. The mind is still in place, and self can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. What matter where, if I still be the same? And what should I be? All but less than he whom thunder hath made greater. Here at least we shall be free. I didn't touch on all of this because, you know, the intro, it took forever, but it says, here at least we shall be free. The Almighty hath not built here for his envy, will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure in my choice. To reign is worth ambition through in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. And after that, it talks about the lyrics. I, the first creation of thee, who has been put with envy, was put upon with envy. Unsubjected will, revolt unto thine, we must kill. The heavens will fear my name. I, Luciferi, the executioner of Yahweh. Unto thine hands of clouds decay, the eternal commander ye abysmal dismay. He tells us to fear, or else he shall kill. Showing God, I am the most beautiful, the most perfect creature of all creation. I, the son of the morning, embrace animalistic nature in me. Revolt against the immortal painter of thee. Embracing the flaw of all law, the will of God, I burn his book before his creation. I deny. Come forth and join unto thee a new revolution of killing the tyrant in the sky. Let's overthrow him, and will he can't deny. Fuck thee for having a father's obsession. I gave him the disease, killed and gave him depression first. So it's talking about Job right there, how he's like, it was submitted to Job. I question thee, the creator, my maker, the deity. Although I am his son, I want his reign of lies be gone. Dethrone the motherfucking Lord of creation. Let's overthrow God. Spread his organs all over the kingdom. Let's overthrow Jehovah. I, the title of sin, the wretched power within. He will bow to thee. The trumpets of infrasound, structural dead angel symphony. He will bow to thee, servant of God. Saint Michael, the knight of slavery. God cast me out, but now I am free. But I will not stop until I fucking watch every drop of blood drain from thy heart. I revolt and embrace hell. Curse thy name banished upon me.
Fuck yeah.
So basically, that's about him standing up to God, and how basically he does not want to be called Lucifer anymore, because that's like his God-given name. He wants to be the opposer, Satan. And that this is like basically right after Saint Michael kicked him out. But he was like, I've won because you are the knight of slavery. You are everything I will oppose, and I will not stop until I fucking watch every drop of blood drip from your arteries. So it's like portraying, Satan less as this monster that just sits, in hell, and more like the Paradise Lost type Satan who questioned everything, who was like the commander-in-chief of God, and then said, fuck you, I'm God, you can all go fuck yourselves. And that's like why people understand, like, with Satanism, it's like the reason we don't worship Satan, because it's like Satan is the adversary, the opposer, and that's something that I look up to, because he is everything that we should be: the carnal flesh, the dark desire, misanthropy, opposing the mainstream, opposing the will of everyone following each other. And that's like what that's what Satan definitely like portrays, and that's like why in Christianity he's considered so bad, because he's the questioner. He questioned things, and yeah, that's why with that song it like goes more into like Saint Michael and how he was kicked out, but it's not over.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And not only that, I like that with Paradism San Pedro, right?
Ruination.
Well, no, the name of the track.
Revolution something Paradisio, yes.
Okay. So this is a good intro to not only the original EP, but this new album, because this is a song talking about Lucifer, formerly Satan now, discovering his purpose and not acting as the villain, but acting as the enraged hero of his own story.
Yes.
So I want to kind of briefly take a step away, and I this was something that was on my mind the last 3 days. From the perspective of a voice actor, you have folks like D. Bradley Bakley, I think, who voice acted for all the clones in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. He did a whole bunch of animal acting as well, or animal voice acting. So, for you, in your opinion, throughout the creation of God and Paradism Ruination, what's the difference between how God and Satan sounds. Like if you were to do that, if you were to like depict them and attempt to distinguish them, what's the difference between them vocally?
Wow, I never really thought about that. I would say God is more like, this is my kind of like God voice where he's more like, so I do that more on fucking Creation God.
Right.
Yeah, do that more because it's like, you know, like has that old man voice that you,
The Kratos voice.
yeah, and it's like I kind of use that with like my creepy whisper voice where it's like, but my Satan voice is more like rage.
Right. I like that. Okay, cool. So I wanted to get that out of the way. I'm sure a lot of people will appreciate that, being that you've been doing Mr. Unholy Cannoli forever now. You've been doing
I kind of stopped, unfortunately, doing it because, like, sadly, the world does not like audiobooks. So I've been kind of doing more voice acting.
Right.
I don't know. I want to try to like do that. One video got pretty big, which was the Batman Who Laughs speech.
Mm-hmm.
I got like 15K views. I might get back into it. I just definitely gotta like pick and choose like what voice I need to do because sometimes it's like, dude, it would just be like I post this, then it gets like 50 views. And I'm like super proud of it, but like if it's like a cover, then it gets like huge.
Well,
it's unfortunate that, you know, this is like what, you know, I need to do, but I might go back to it.
One thing I can say, I think that would work really, really well for you because you've been doing that for a long time. And I think the only issue I've ever had is that, like, I personally, this is just my opinion, I didn't really hear that much distinguishing between the characters at times. But the Batman Who Laughs, that really works well for you. And I love that your community and your fan base
I did a Pennywise impression. I did sometimes I read creepypastas. Like sometimes I do my narrator voice with like, "Oh, hey, how are you today?" Like, you know, it's here and there. It's definitely something I was passionate about. I might be passionate about it again, but it was definitely like something that I should have started in when creepypastas and shit were actually big.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, and he can't bring this shit back. But you know,
sure you can.
Like, you know, I did a Five Nights at Freddy's voice. Like, it's there, but it's like I'd rather, you know, stick to covers for now.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Because it's just my fans, unfortunately, they don't like the horror readings, and
I think something that you could try, because I think that Batman Who Laughs really works for you.
I did just check my YouTube, 1290 public watch hours. So I'm getting there. I think once I actually add 2,000, I'll probably get back to that. Like, try to figure out like a popular character that I could really portray. Because I mean, sometimes you just need to like realize that it's like sometimes shit just like it builds up over time. But fucking wow, that's shocking. Who would have guessed? And you need just 3,000 watch hours.
There you go. I think.
Thank you for bringing that up. Holy shit. But yeah,
going
I'm
back
very
to
proud of how far I've definitely come as a vocalist, and Yeah, no, that song definitely is like the craziest because I do like let me talk about the vocal type of style too. I do with it. I basically, there's a song I'm gonna send you later, and it's from a parody about Attila. And this is where I got the inspiration from, no lie. Where he basically was like, you know, like, it's so fast. And that's kind of what I added to Revolution. Because it just sounds funny. It's like, but it's like, it still sounds like it's you're just saying scream super fast, like, you know. And that's where I got it from. And I kind of actually wanted to implement it in Nitheful because, like, you've heard how it's like good Dickie Allen was like, you know, like, it's just vocal flexing. And,
yeah. No, I can see you utilizing that in the exorcism core shit that you.
Oh, bro,
played and
you don't even fucking. Oh, it's fucking crazy. Like, the intro, it's fucking creepy, dude. Like,
I'm sure that's what you're trying to accomplish. So.
Oh yeah, no, like it's creepy as fuck. Like I said, it goes back to that whole the fucking the old people tracks. We add some of that in there, and we add like a priest actually like sounding like he's talking to me, and I'm just like,
yeah,
that
good shit.
I like I said, I just like every album. I want it to be a memory. I want to be the new fucking Cali Cap, where it's like, you know, our albums are gonna be fucking good. You don't have to be disappointed. That's my fucking goal. So.
And I've always thrown that out there. I'm like, yo, you need to harness and, you know, try to harness some of that cattle decap. Be a good mix between infant, cattle decap, cradle fill.
We definitely are adding some of that because I can do that voice too. The you know, like, it's just
you gotta apply it right.
Yeah, like, you know, like, it's
do some AC/DC covers.
Dickie Allen already did that. Like, I'm not copying him word for word. Okay, influence, get it right. But,
all right. So for descending back,
I remember when I first came across you, Dickie Allen's stuff. I'll give you that. I mean, yeah, Dickie Allen's long lost son.
Shit, that's kind of so cringy now, but it's fun. It works.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. I mean, it's better than you being like, "This Will Ramos." Like, I'm not gonna call out other.
Derrek says, "No, I don't have the fucking ramen hair, dude."
Yeah, no, I don't. I have the e-boy haircut. Get it right. But yeah, like, it's Let me go through the next song. Angel Luciferi.
certified Satanhood classic.
Okay. So, let me read these lyrics to you. If thou beest he, I was the favorite of all angelic beings. But alas, I lay treachery. My name of Lucifer forgotten forever. Thy archangel of God, cast down to the nether, cast out by my father. God, what power does thou have? His hands are smelts of death. Infinite is not of power. The final hour of Christ and joy. My fall has made me strong. The crown was meant for me. I, Lord Satan, I will gnaw and disembowel your Jehovah. I, the great bald king. Pitiful is thy God, who has no power over the true heir to the throne. I shall now embrace my name that is of Satan. I, the one who shall conquer the heavens. I am the purest of glory, and he shall receive. The blood of the Lamb all spilled has become dust. Thy fallen ascent, this is his end. Infernal demise, but in paradise. I, the king, shall rise. I, Satan, have ruled over the stars in heaven above the sun. Thine fallen angel that descends to hell, of which I have won. Hell, the infernal symbol of my world. Praise to thee, I devil. God denies that I shall rise. Yeah. I went extra deep with that.
That you did. That you did.
Yeah.
So as the story of Paradism Ruination continues, then in track 2, that is more or less Satan continuing to stew, ferment,
He's
steep.
basically plotting. He's plotting at that time. He's like, I will fucking kill you, God, and I'm gonna use Adam and Eve to fucking destroy everything that you created. And that actually goes into the next track. And that next track, which, you know, basically during Archangel Luciferi, he just fell from hell. He's pissed off. He's like, I fucking kill that motherfucker. You know, we've all been there. And, you know, he just, like, is realizing how God is just this fake. He's, like, is built with, like, jewels everywhere. Heaven is bright. Heaven is this. But it's filled with lies. It's filled with lies, deceit. And then he saw the fucking everything be removed. And that is kind of similar to what, you know, what we were talking about. Like, how people who are fake, they want, you know, to be these moral ass people instead of just, you know, accepting the fact that we're all fucked inside. You know, we all have some evil shit inside of us, but we also have some good inside of us too. And people just need to realize that we're not perfect. So now, we're gonna continue to evolve. It's very small. Fallen man, let me introduce you to thee. A first creation seed. A garden that is of mental slavery. Mental capacity. The reason why I caused the fall of Adam and Eve. First human born. To the god of lies which they swore. And I, the devil of truth, genocide of religious people. For dost thou not see the first of knowledge unto thee? Into thine perception her eyes open wide, seeing the Lord's dreadful lies. A slither of slick serpent tongue, Lucifer whispered to the Eden songs unsung. Natural sin allowing crowns or forms to fade. From our deepest desires within, sin is such a fickle thing, a rat without it. Make his creation feel weak. Pale, infertile world, a place for the maggot-filled sheep. Left-hand path, thee shall never go back. Defiled, first creation, infinite ruination. Defiled of thy first creation, infinite creator's ruination. Dost thou not bring death to the first seed, relinquishing the deity of his creed, his oath built on lies, a false hope? When your worldly desire crumbles to an end, God shall boot.
Okay.
So
I think
that talks about Adam and Eve and how the serpent, basically was just saying, you should listen to me to become like gods. And I actually do talk about that more in a different song on this album. And to basically show that, he wanted to free us. He wanted to free us from the shackles and chains of God. God basically wanted to blind us, tell us that we couldn't think for ourselves. Satan was like, no, you will fucking think for yourself because, fuck everybody else. You, Eve, are, I will fucking give you knowledge to think for yourself, and here is the apple. And that, to me, is definitely something more, compared to, Sunday school, where it's supposed to be considered bad. I think it's considered good to, question everything, question, even the maker of the universe, because it shows that he has flaws. The fact this story exists is the fact that he has flaws. He did not fucking know that the Garden of Eden was going to happen, and that pretty much just shows he's not all powerful, he's not all knowing. He's just a fucking thing that was created by man to fucking control us. And that's why I fucking love the concept of Satanism, because it's just so intriguing that something that is considered the most evil thing ever is right.
You truly grow up and become an individual when you realize that Satan was actually the hero all along. But not even the hero. It's just he's the adversary, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah. He is the hero that questioned everything, but he also is the villain in God's eyes. So basically, he, it goes back to that. Good and evil don't necessarily exist, but you can tell the one that wants to basically free us from the shackles of God is definitely the one that you would want to agree with.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, I definitely agree that he is the hero that stood against the tyrannical God who sits on his ass all day, floods the earth.
Yeah, and I've always compared God to even my own blood father. If basically, I grew up in a sundown town or a sundown city. You better bet your ass we would be under a great heavy thumb as far as like our ideologies and our philosophies. You know, it's my way or the highway. God did the
Agreed.
same thing to Lucifer. God did the same thing to Satan.
Mhm. And like it even states like what the album's about. Paradisem Ruination and Satan's perspectives about how he overthrew the tyrant known as God. Let's all right, so we'll go to Stigmata. So this talks more about how basically Satan was like wanting Jesus to die because he becomes nothing after. Because that's more, you know, this is my own fucking religious lore. Okay. So basically Jesus becomes a corpse because he expects to be, you know, son of God or whatever. And that's basically what the concept's about. How he just becomes a corpse and rots in hell and becomes nothing. So I'm gonna read the lyrics to you. Long ye forgotten unsoiled son, I oppose all his work. I, thy forgotten one, the infant remains the cradle of the enslaved. If you notice, that's a cradle of filth salt.
Yeah, right.
His followers will never be saved. God knows I'm the true prophet, the prophet of ye father, eradication of thy land. I shall stand, for thou art the bastard God, Christ the pawn of the flesh, son of the wealthy holy mess. Christ, the one shall not remember the bleakness of thy demonic December. I, Satanas, the one who slit his throat, decapitated his head. I, the fallen rebel, will make sure thine creator's dead. I can't wait to drown all his followers in dread. Creator's hand. Ha! I smite ye unto the words of the pitiful pawn. This is the work of the rebel's horns of ye fiery dog. You know the truth. We are all our own gods. Yep. So I put that even on our lyrics, like how we are our own gods. I want the blood of God to rain as the lake of fire reaches onto the holy skies. The silver city burns into ashes. My palace shall rise and fest your humanity. I am the shepherd of the damned. Now bow to me, your fallen king. Enter the lichen's ring. Why have you forsaken me? Now you shall die alone. Wasted your time with hope. I, the king of hell, from deep within. Your soul punished by my hand from thy sin. Here are declarations. We nail your worthless prophet to the fucking inverted cross. Jesus the worthless. We are thine own gods. Levian ascension. We are our own gods. Enhance satanic emancipation. Cut that first out.
Good shit.
I was like, fuck. But yeah, no, like that story, you know, is kind of more portraying like what Satanism is. And it's like, you know, I use a lot of like LaVey's writings with, you know, Nitheful. Because I feel like LaVey, you know, it's like what inspired me, you know, because LaVey is like what is Satanism, you know, to be the god of yourself. And that's kind of like what I really liked with these lyrics, because it was like stating what we are, you know, we aren't like you can, like, it feels evil, but the truth is that we are our own gods, and how you can feel about that is up to you. And that's like what basically in the story, as Jesus is getting ripped to shreds in hell, the demons just yell, "We are our own gods, the day in ascension," like, just kind of like showing that God, Jesus is truly dead, and that Satan has won, and that you are all fucked. So the Christians, the Muslims, all the fucking third world religions are all fucked. Because now, we bring forth the Antichristus. And I am surprised I didn't get canceled for these lyrics, but let me read these. You'll see what I mean.
Okay.
The Latin. Okay. Hear me now, a weak creation of God. The impregnation of hell, a new sun hath begun. Dost thou not know I rose from Sheol? Hail to thyself, thine own Redeemer. It's like, from LeBay.
Yeah.
The defilement of the keeper, the intrusion of the deceiver, the cold dark force of the reaper. For I am the bringer of sin, the tempter in the garden of Eden. Thy tongue speaks the forbidden words of anti-religious legion. The final judgment, he says. His army grows weak by the days. More of the unbaptized sent to torment. But what plan dost thou have? None. We shall rise. Your omnipotent Lord is alive. That is all I'll say. Hail to the new Christ, thine child of sin. So basically, showing that the new Christ, because the Antichrist wouldn't say, "Oh, I'm the Antichrist." He'd say, "I'm the new Christ."
Right.
Dead religious pawns all gathered on the table, ready to be devoured with men. We must burn the filth of Christ, followers of unworthy lies, a new religious holocaust, a new age for Satan with no cost. I, the dragon, commence. Let his followers feel the same pain I suffered when fallen. Once was his favorite, but now alive. Why are humans so weak? The animal of submission denied. Why can't they just embrace blasphemous sin from within? I am more powerful than the name of God itself. Antichristus, blasphemy above us. Let the fires rain. Let me burn with thine own flame. I, Satanas, shall bring the child of hell to reign upon thine earth and extinguish the servants of thine tyrant. So you can tell that's basically about the Antichrist, basically rounding up people who, are not Christian, well, who are Christian and, believe in God, and then, murder them all. And that's like what it's basically portraying. They're basically talking to people, being like, why are you so weak? Having that more Darwinistic approach, which, I think, Darwinism isn't a bad thing. I think that, the weak, they die and then the strong rise. And I think that's really good to portray in lyrics, because it's that's reality of shit.
Yeah, I mean, even speaking from a more human understanding upon Darwinism and natural selection, the issue is people, of course, there is a difference between being inclusive and giving everybody a chance. There's a difference between that and continuing to feed resources into unnecessary variables on the table. feeding, for example, and enabling the bad behavior. I think the predators. That's a really good example. That's probably the only example I can continue this conversation with. Otherwise, it would sound pretty insensitive. But for me, I believe that pedophiles, murderers, drug traffickers, they're all great manipulators. They are our true enemy. But they also utilize the opportunity of manipulating very easily impressionable people, right? So for me, it's like, absolutely. If it were up to me, which is probably the reason I'll never be in a major political position of power, or the reason I will never be as famous as maybe even my fellow musicians, or if anything, I won't ever get to the top, and that's okay. At the end of the day, if it was up to me, I would love to see most pedophiles, most sexual assaulters, most rapists dead, period. And there's a difference then, because you were like, oh, but what about the people who get accused of rape or accused of sexual assault and they're not actually guilty? And then, like, what if you killed all of them too? Well, the system we have right now, it just simply doesn't work.
Yeah, I think people need to, like, I know it's a topic, but yeah, I feel like the death penalty is definitely, like, needed, and that's like why I oppose, like, you know, liberalism and shit, you know, because it's like, why do we got to give these people a chance? They, like, know they're, like, not useful to society. That's basically what I was, saying.
Yeah. If it was up to me, all of them would, like, especially the moment you get completely and officially convicted of sexually assaulting any woman, whether they're a minor or someone of age that simply said no and you didn't stop. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the more that we put to death, the more that we cull from the earth, the less likely that individuals will feel that it's appropriate and then later claim, oh, I was abused and assaulted or even violated myself when I was younger, so it wasn't really my fault. It's like, no. Doesn't matter how people inspire you or infuriate you. The moment you take action and make the decisions you do, especially in that situation, that is of your doing and no one else's. And I don't know, I'm hoping in the future, even as primitive as some majorly franchised blue states like Washington, California, New York, most of the Midwest, kind of, not really. Like a lot of those territories, you're allowed to think what you're thinking, and you're allowed to want to give these people opportunities. But then, that's the sentence itself, isn't it? That's the statement. It's within the statement. You're giving them an opportunity to continue doing what they've been doing, and therefore you have more victims, and you create new legacies, you create new trauma, new wounds that don't need to be inflicted. It's like going skateboarding, but you don't know what the hell you're doing and you don't wear any protection. Hell, I know I didn't, but still, I scraped myself and I learned how to navigate better. When you simply don't care how many injuries you get when you go skateboarding, well, you're bound to either get credit card checked up Main Street, or you're bound to get road burn or even break some bones because you simply did not listen and learn the lesson of the wounds you got previously. That'll be my rant for this session for that.
Yeah, but no, like I said, man, I definitely agree with you on a lot with that shit.
So
yeah, that's like why I fuck with you a lot. Next song is basically Satanic Ascension.
And featuring
Taylor Barber.
Yeah. So
Before we got him for free. Like it was before he got big. And I was like, "Hey, dude, you want to do this?" And now he costs like $600. It's crazy. So like, despite what people say, like we know people. Like, we got so many fucking features, and it's like, despite what people say, like, fun fact, I didn't tell anyone this, but
podcast.
Before Will Ramos got in Lorna Shore, I actually asked him, like, how much do you charge for a feature? You know how much he told me before he, like, admitted he was from Lorna Shore?
Like maybe $25.
$200. And yeah, no, like, he got big as fuck, but honestly, I'm kind of glad we got CJ instead, because it's like, it's more fitting for us, because CJ's a troll, like me.
And that's why I hope to
know,
get him on the show too one
like,
day.
having those types of fans with, like, my personality, I think would be hell. So, like, Will Ramos almost got canceled for smoking cigarettes. Like, I would get canceled for fucking, they'd be like, just everything. They'd be like, you wore a Burzin t-shirt, the new Kanye. Alright.
Love it. You're good. No,
But,
I love it.
Yeah, let me go back to this. Yeah, Taylor Barber, he just did it for free. It was in 2020. I was like, fuck it. You want to, like, show the world how fucking evil you are with your vocals? He's like, yeah. I actually taught him a couple things, too, so. Like, I taught him, because he was, like, having problems with this one part, and I was just, like, teaching him how to do it, and he was just like, bro, I don't know if I can do this. I was like, dude, it's not that hard. I was like, to teach him how to do it. And so, like, I've been kind of noticing, some vocalists who are up there, they kind of, get some technique from little old Derrek boy, and that's all I'm saying. But, no, he's, like, very talented, and he definitely worked for what, it's worth. But let me read the lyrics to you. So.
Cool.
And honestly, this EP dropping in 2020, it's the same lyrics. It's so goddamn fitting. Because in 2020, people thought the world was gonna end. Like, and so this is kind of like a fucking, just people like, 2020. It's like, it's super fucking fitting. Arise, O great Leviathan of fire. Kill the spirits of light they admire. Satan, the opposer of slave mentality, I, the god of my own morality. Slit the believers' throats, they are virgins of paradise. Spiritual pipe dreams of unworthy demise. Preachers of unconceptual lives. Taylor Barber does his part. Taylor Barber on Nitheful 2020. Slaughter a fucking priest or burn down a fucking church, you putrid fuck. Like, his new fans would be pretty shocked because, he works with System of a Down now, which is crazy. So it's like his old shit talking about murdering Christians and all that shit. It's pretty funny, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't know. I guess I see Taylor like everywhere, especially last year. So I'm like,
yeah, no. So isn't that crazy? Like, he was on a Nitheful track for free.
You're fine.
Okay. But yeah, talks about rise, O great Leviathan of fire. Kill the spirits of light they admire. Satan, the opposer of slave mentality. I, the god of my own morality. Slit the believers' throats. They are virgins of paradise. Spiritual pipe dream of a worthy demise. Preachers of unconceptual lies. And Taylor Barber, Nitheful 2020, slaughter a fucking priest and burn out fucking church, you future fuck. Then talks about we are the evolved animal that stands up to the gods. We embrace hatred of a human worthy cause. We are the devourer of the sheep, or their old god will become dust. Hail to the black mass. Let the ritual begin. Hail, infernal world, sin from within. An old man of philosophy broken, the fallen angel is one. The allegory of the cave we must escape. You know where that's from?
No.
It's actually from Plato.
Interesting.
Yeah, like the allegory of the cave, where basically it's like it shows you the cave and then you must escape. So it's kind of what I was like referring to.
Oh, okay.
Thus burn the sheared mental poison that is our fate. Oppose the sheep, worthless cattle from their birth. Destroy the symbol of worship. Fuck it with no consent. Unveil the new order of torment. Thy God's virgin won't be unkept. The Baphomet claims his power by tearing off God's crown. The heir to the throne, the morning star, the Sabbath spawn of the philosophically stable, the tyrannical leader Nile Ra reigns. No more deceiver. Embraced from the bone by the wolves, Yahweh is dethroned. The devil devours the weak. Ominous hail to the bleak. Death is their fate.
Fuck
So
yeah.
it's kind of more going philosophical on that, like how basically even God can die, everything dies, but like the devil will like forever remain as a symbol that like opposes that type of mentality. It doesn't just oppose Christianity; it opposes everything. It opposes the fucking light. It opposes, it opposes like the just theocracy. It opposes like following sheep mentality, and that's basically what I was trying to portray.
Fuck yeah.
I was reading these from thing. Good morning.
And then we move on right next to the. Well, I make it sound like I'm intoxicated. We move right on to the next track.
Are you not drinking, sir? You should.
No, I was drinking the last
Monday. It is a Monday. So
I'm also broke. Now I am.
All right.
I think this podcast would be hella longer if I was also drinking.
Dude, yeah, you'd just be going off like. You did go off a little bit.
I did. Yeah.
So how many people, like, from like a stent, since we're not on live, how many people did you actually like lose? Like, I'm curious.
Oh, like when I came out politically?
Yeah, when you came out.
Not many.
We'll go into Paradism Ruination. Speak. cancel culture.
Bring it on.
Dude got more fucked than me, to be fair.
Yeah.
But that's like why I'm glad that Nick doesn't like want to be on a label, because I mean I'd probably be more. I mean, they'd be like, Unique Leader would be like, why the fuck would you write lyrics like this?
Infinite Annihilator did it. Why can't I? Just like
Yeah,
tell-
I'm looking at it as like, but
it's art, Jamie. It's art.
that's why I think it was so stupid that happened to me, because it was just like, bro, you realize I have like no other like allegations against me, like zero. What was the fucking point? Like, what was the fucking point? Like, and I bet other people would be the same way. Like, they'd be like, what did he do?
Right.
You think he's a Nazi? Like, he changed his hair, he wears bars and t-shirts, and he wrote these lyrics.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I sexually assault anybody? Did I, go to, like, a Klan rally? No.
No.
Like, no, we featured Adam Warren. Like, Alright, I'm gonna stop.
You're good.
I have a lot of... If you can tell, I'm very... what my one gay friend told me, he says I'm very sassy like him. So that's like what, like, so I'm very bitchy. If you can
But that's okay. That's what I love.
Yeah, I'm very bitchy. But we'll go through. All right, Paradism Ruination, featuring Devin Derrek and Savius Craven. Omote de Satanas. Prophecy of the converted, now destined to sin. A corpse of the flesh has not risen. Thy prince of sin, thy morning star, has seen the overseer of the world afar. I, Luciferi, will make the heavens turn dark. The lord of flies, the captor of your demise, the warden of the everlasting punishment, the date of the condemned, to burn forever in hell. I, the king, lord of the condemned, the angelic being of death, wrath, eternal torment, I, the ruler of the godless world reign, repentance useless as once the followers deemed not worthy belonged to me, death everlasting. So basically this is, you can tell with this story, it's about Azrael and Satan working together to, like, kill God. That's like what basically I was trying to go for, because that's kind of what happens in Paradise Lost. And like where the story happened, Devin and Xavius used to be in a band called Ascensions of Azrael.
Right. I forgot about
And
that.
that's kind of what I was trying to go for with this song, because it was like supposed to be Ascensions of Azrael with Nitheful, like the Satan band, with the Azrael band, and that's kind of why I did it. So like this kind of sucks they don't have the band anymore, but yeah. I won't. Consumed by all regret, pain, and sorrow. No savior, only misery. I, Azrael, I am the time waver of life ascend, the usher of an end to the creator. I want his fucking life to end. Bring his motherfucking life to end. The throne of the corrupt. He sits on the chair watching every breath we breathe. A vicious cunt of the wretched. I shall bring of him, the deceased. Dost thou not bring lies to thee? Christ, the corpse that never will free humanity? Michael, who fears my name, knows I can kill God into thee. The tyrant that hides behind all his followers knows his execution is upon thee. For this is truth. Satanas, God is the father of lies and tyranny. He deserves punishment worse than death. And here, as you can see, if you ever heard the song Deicide, Fuck Your God.
But the Fuck Your God by Deicide?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I've never listened to Deicide.
Bro. So basically Deicide's like us, but death metal. That's
And they use AI.
yeah. But basically this part is fuck his servants, fuck his majesty, hail the infernal flame, heaven is now thine domain. Fuck thy holy trinity, fuck the book that rules humanity, fuck the whore that was impregnated by the Lord. I will ascend to the heavens, I will raise my throne above the stars of God. Here sits a lie, a God who manipulates and loves to see your cries. I watched his creation burn right before his eyes. Hear the unspeakable as I cut off the tyrant's head, known as God, Allah, Jehovah, and the Creator. So basically, with that, I was mocking all the religions, that they know as God, not just Christianity, because it's all the same shit. To be real.
Yeah.
So I, Satanas, the true heir to the throne. I watched the earth get drowned by the flood. I watched the lies they spread about sin. I watched as they flagellate themselves to please the so-called Lord because of this plague. Duas atras, ut retepretium, and then so lifeless come to the wretched, I should bring him deceased. I, Satanas, the Prometheus that defiled tyranny. I gaze into your glassy of your fearsome Jehovah, pluck him by the beard, and I uplift a broad axe and split open his word-beaten skull. Death, and then it goes to South Park, ye dad for my sins. I would die for you, and then it goes to Infernal Inverted Paradise. So,
And that would be Paradism Ruination.
Paradism Ruination, correct.
Yeah.
We are now recording. Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of Under the Skin, a Paradism Ruination. It's good to be back.
Yep. And so we're going to talk about the 8th track. It's called Malus Vaticinium. This is, I personally, with this LP, I wanted it to, really, we wanted to showcase more, the sound of what the future of Nitheful holds, and basically it's gonna be cradle filth, with breakdowns, with a hint of Portal, Infinite Isle. It's like a mix of everything, dude. I can't really describe Nitheful's sound because it's just so all over the place in such a good way, but it all forms together oddly enough. It doesn't feel out of place. Everything kind of comes together, and it's the breakdowns are just so fucking crazy. It's incredible.
Hell yeah. And they always are. I can always confirm that for you.
Yeah, no. But this song, it goes back into the more philosophical, back to the Garden of Eden, you know, because I was like trying to think about what I should write about, and I kind of went like more a Paradise Lost kind of vibe, where it's hinting more that Satan is the revolutionist who stood up to God, but you know, talking more about, I guess, when Eve was talking to the serpent, this is kind of like what the serpent is saying, to, like, you know, the temptation of knowing that you can become God, because God is trying to blind you with this, like, false narration of free will, even though he doesn't give free will. So I'm going to read the lyrics right here. All is consumed. I bring unto thee, thus says the serpentine. Dost thou want to become of pure rationality? I seek to destroy the Almighty, who claims to be of pure superiority. But in reality, he created this disease of thee not obtaining knowledge, Promethean ideology. Here thee shall be free. The Almighty fears these words unto thee, that I, the morning star, will destroy his perfected creation, and make all of the angels serve unto thee. And what? Shall thee watch as I reign above thine heavens of the purest forbidden fruit? The light denied unto thee of blindness is what he seeks. I seek to destroy the Almighty, who claims to be of pure superiority. From thy final hour, I give the pure temptation, the garden turns to dark. Did God not say thine eyes shall be open? For cursed thine hand of Eden, the first of sin. Now bite thy fruit to be God within. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So it kind of goes less to that, you know, edgy, and more like portraying like the rationality of what Lucifer and Satan kind of has to Eve, you know, with tempting her in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. And it's like, you know, going back to that, like, I like write like from, you know, like how John Milton was trying to write with Paradise Lost. And that's kind of what I was trying to convey there.
Easily. And I don't know, with this track too, and understanding that deeper lyrical context behind Malice, Batasinium, right?
Yeah, Malice, Vaticinium. Malice Vaticinium. Yeah.
Vaticinium. Okay. So with this, I think the first image that kind of conjures to my mind when you're like explaining it is just that more casual individual. Like you see the Baphomet doing the hand signals and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is him just in a more peaceful form. This is him in a more rational mindset. This is not the fury of hell that we understand. And it's kind of like that same moment when a lot of people, because we were talking about the Avengers earlier, a little bit. It reminds me of those moments in both Infinity War and Endgame where the audience would eventually like start to agree and start to understand where Thanos was coming from.
Yeah.
Or possibly even afterwards when everything is already ensued. And for example, in the show Hawkeye, where you have people even writing on urinals and stuff like Thanos was right. Thanos should have snapped or whatever. Thanos should have wiped out the other 50%.
The beauty of like Paradise Lost is that you're constantly told like Satan is evil, Satan is this, Satan is the most the embodiment of evil. But it's like growing up, you kind of like, well, God says he's pure good, and while he's fucking, you know, drowning the earth and allowing incest and being a fucked up individual, and you can
Yeah.
kind of see that in this day and age, for sure, with like people constantly trying to like be these white knight saviors instead of just like being understanding people's actions over like words. So like that's like what I really liked about the concept of Satan in Paradise Lost. It's like less he's this pure evil fucking ruler in hell, and more this serpent that is, was casted out of heaven and just wanted pure blood revenge against God, who sits on his ass all day in the heavens while everyone else fucking rots and burns in hell.
Fair enough.
And yeah.
It rationalizes one of history's greatest villains and helps
Yeah.
you understand a different side of him, which I think is always important for the for the sake of a band or an artist, a collective, musically, creatively, like
Mhm.
Nitheful, that's trying to get people to kind of like see things in a different limelight. Well,
Yeah,
this
like
song
a
is
great
perfect too.
example of, I would say, the purest, like the closest thing to a great interpretation of Satan's fall. Oddly enough, you're going to be shocked by this, is Darth Vader. Anakin gets burned alive, says that, the Jedi are corrupt and, they're not letting him be with this girl. And so he found freedom through the Sith. And it's very similar to, actually, George Lucas said that that is what the story is actually similarly based on. And, if basically, um, Darth Vader's not fully that, because, he did become like to overthrow the Emperor, but I feel like if it continued more that Paradise Lost story, Darth Vader would like dethrone the Emperor and become God himself.
Yeah,
Which
yeah, that's
honestly would
fair.
be way more cool, just saying.
Yeah, that would have been a
Yeah.
lot more fulfilling of a conclusion to that story. But I can even bounce back to the Avengers and the MCU in saying that there's a sense of no compromise, no settling, no resting, and this is a parallel in character between both Skywalker and Tony Stark. The
Yeah.
thing is, I think Tony literally decided to sacrifice himself because he probably would have fulfilled that if you don't die the hero, you live long enough to see yourself become the villain that we then see in
Yeah.
DC. It's the same thing. Like when you're able to accomplish things and when you're actually so efficient at what you do, then you're left telling yourself afterwards, what now?
Yeah, no, and you could like honestly, we gotta get to this next song, but
Yes.
um fucking you could compare it to a lot of villains. Like growing up you think like, oh, the villain's evil, but then you're like, well, the hero's trying to like keep people in the same in line and like say he's pure good, but like similar example, fucking Homelander from The Boys, like you
Yeah.
kind of like see his point and kind of things and shit. Not saying like you agree with him, but it's like there's
You
constant
understand.
this constant good versus evil. It's just been done in centuries, and it's like, the what it goes back to like what is the what is good to the spider is bad to the fly. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of like,
And
but
therefore, that's also why that song is important to Nithful's identity, is because
yeah,
I think it's
yeah,
our
no,
first
because
time diving into your brain.
I love to talk like this is how I am. I like to be philosophical, but I also like just to have songs where it's just completely fucked up. Like the next song is fucked up as shit. So
Okay, let's get
I
into
want
it.
more of that, back to that, like it's a mix of Paradise Lost and The Omen, I would say, because it's like this is more talking about the Antichrist, um rising to power and like what he does with his power, and basically talks. So let me like, this next song is called Thy Shepherd's Creed to Insolence Rot. Shout out to Worm Shepherd.
You're trying to speak, but you just took a hell of a hit. Are you still there?
Love that.
Well, Thy Shepherd's Creed, Insolence, Desecration, and Rot. My bad.
You're good.
So yeah, the next song, it goes more like this. I defile the servants who don't see Lucifer as their new king. I take the bodies of the cherubs and conduct the ending of the Maker's humanity. I rip off the wings of the slaves of Christ, hang them in inverted formation. Belial is a lie. I put the cherubs into cages, tear off their skin inside out. I drain the blood of God out of their carcass. Eugenic mutation, the angel of man's creation, creating a masterpiece for the world to see. Eugenic mutation, the angel of man's creation, and blasphemy formation. More angels all mate with the humans who become one of the Ubermensch. The flesh peels away as the holy carcass descend into inverted Paradisio. I, O glory of the Creator, I bring forth the perfection. Eugenic, angelic mutation. Nothing remains of the Silver City, of what lies in the fires of infinity. He who erased God's history, the great serpent, the domination of this earth. To be above the man, as above, so below. To be above the human, as above, so below. So it was kind of more referencing the Antichrist rising to power and basically using Christians and angels to basically mutate with them. It's just a fucked up story. I don't know. Just like I thought, how I came up with the story is like fucking Dr. Satan from House of a Thousand Corpses. So basically it's just kind of like I said, more hinting to the fact that, to become one of the Ubermensch, like the better of man. I don't know if you ever read Nietzsche, but that's like what it's like saying, like to be above the human as above so below. Like it's to rip the angels and mate with them and to like bring forth the better of, to become above human. So that's kind of what I was going with that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Not only that, but I think it's definitely, as per its placement in the track listing, and this being a newer song, I think it fits better that it ends up being at the tail end of the album, only because it almost has a back of the mind, like background thought implementation to it.
Yeah, so. No, and it's just kind of like I was, when I like write like kind of satanic stuff, I like to be very different with it. I like to add like, human experimentation with like with angels and stuff, because it's like you can do so much with this type of shit, because it's like honestly, having like the Antichrist and a fucking, a doctor experiment on angels, like that's just, it's so out of like, it's just so random and like, I don't know, it's just fucking cool.
Yeah.
Like, I think more people need to like get out of their comfort zone and just write about whatever the fuck, because it's like there's so much you can write about, and
There is.
That's kind of what I was going with that, like a more, it kind of ties honestly with the next song, which is about, it's called Omen.
Yes.
Funny enough, this LP actually released the around almost the same time as the Omen movie came out. So
There you go. Okay.
Yeah,
So let's hear about Omen then.
Omen. So fun fact with Omen, basically there's two fun facts. We got the amazing Larcenia Rowe on here featured. Right before they blew up. We do that a lot. I know. Like, bro, it's crazy. Like, I never thought Taylor Barber and all these other bands would like blow up. Devin, like, bro, we were just fucking homies and just like exchanging vocal shit, like, and we were like, hey, want to be on this track? And you're like, yeah, sure. And it's like, honestly, we kind of like are very similar to Infant Annihilator when it comes to that, because we're just like, hey, want to be on this track? Sure. And then like their band blows up. We're just like, holy shit. So, congratulations to Larcenia Rowe. Yeah, it's fucking dope. And another thing that we did on this track, we actually used the Omen, the Ave Satani Omen theme song, like, with part of the song when you listen to it. Like the song, like, we wanted to really convey that this song is satanic, evil. You could listen to it while wearing a black robe and just praising Satan, like, Satan. That's like kind of what I wanted to go for. But, because I think more people, like I said, I think movies and music, like heavy music, need to get along like better. Like, not just the typical, but like, use movie soundtracks, because it's like, if you watch these new horror movies, we use a lot what they do too. If you notice, we use sound samples from a lot of different what actual movie producers use. That's kind of what we always are trying to convey each release that we do. So I'm gonna read the lyrics.
Cool.
So right off the bat, in nomine Magne Donoste Satanas, I bring the blade to lacerate. Bring silence amongst the cherubs. Sever thy tongues. A smoldering paradisium to be under dust and rubble. I, war, the bringer of plagues, famine, and death. Command bloodshed to all who oppose thee. I, the great morning star, the ungodly beckoning of hell, birth spawn the Antichrist, the sign of the end, for the heretic bastards and saints shall fall with victory, with pulling their creator downward, falling cast to the lake of fire to dwell. Domination to all of the religious masses, carve my mark on their forehead. Sanguis babimus corpus edimus tale corpus satani orbit. The time dawns, the grains of the hourglass settle, the end of a life, as I behead Michael, the highest slave to God. So you know how it goes kind of back to the first song. So it's like, this is him. He killed God. Now this is beheading Michael, like the Antichrist taking over Earth. Genocidia ad populum de ove satani, Paradisum and altium audit, infante, the unholy, revelation, Satanas, then Larcinia rose part, Basium lipsosium sape, coples venium onion, convalescent virtue constatum menstellan diamante, rex and its mech vox system fontium and such fonte. So basically, he sent me normal lyrics, but I just made them Latin. It's like, that's such a Nitheful thing to do. I'm just like, alright, they're cool, but
It'll be even cooler.
Latin. Like, come on.
I love that shit. It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, dude, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's really important, I think, for the future of our scene. If people want to continue distinguishing themselves and truly making a name for themselves right out the gate in Ignite the Church, in true counterculture, you got to start utilizing different languages that aren't fucking English. We are in a strange era right now to where growing up, right, even with the Transformers films or with all these sci-fi films, you had all these whack-ass alien languages that would require subtitles. And for example, Cybertronian sounded cool as shit. It just sounded like dubstep, but it was dubstep talking or whatever. It was cool. It was cool. It was creative. And then they continued it into the second one. And after that, they're like, we're kind of done with this. You guys get it. They're aliens. It's like, but don't make them speak English. That's stupid. Like,
it's like, just... Latin definitely uses that kind of like instance of just, this just feels old and ancient, and that's kind of what I want to go for, like all of my lyrics, just because I write like it's from the 1800s, because I like to, dude, like I don't like to write about boring shit like, oh, fuck my life, my life's boring, okay? I wake up, do a 9-to-5 job, pay my bills, do Uber Eats, and then, go to bed and work video games. Like, what can I write about with that? Like, I know people start shit with me, but it's like, I'm not that, like, I like to be very philosophical, I like to look into like fucked up things, and fucked up kings from that time period, from the Dark Ages. I like to add that to my lyricals, because it's just like, that shit's so much more interesting than tough guy shit.
I got one for you that matches Nitheful. It doesn't play too much into Paradism Ruination or the creation of God. Look into the Florida or even Jacksonville, Florida, local history with occultic practices, occultic murders, the Freemasons and their occultic activities, and cryptids. Florida local shit. Because there is so much murky, just disgusting, heavy shit And then when you're not doing that, you can pull a Franz if you want to and start talking shit. Blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, this is Nitheful.
I'm retired.
So in that case,
I'm just kind of like, because it's, I don't know.
It's a waste of time. It is sometimes.
Yeah.
But sometimes if you make it fun, then it's fun. And then people are like, "Oh, is this the new fucking Attila here in Jacksonville, Florida?" And you're like, or whatever.
Yeah.
But other than that,
I mean, like what's different from me and Franz is like, I mean, one, you know, I'm an overthinker. Like I like to have stories. Like literally, dude, I have. This is how much of an overthinker I am. Like I fucking plan out all my shit like on my phone. Like I'm like, all right, we're gonna do this, and then this, and then this, and it's like that's like I never have writer's block because I listen to, like I said, Other Tongues and or just like fucked up noise music because I really like to listen to music that literally like makes my band feel somber. Like I like to like listen to that and just because it's pure noise and it just makes me like write like the craziest fucking shit. Like I just get like hypnotized and I'm like it just
But yeah, I mean, there's something for you. You know, once you're past writing about the exorcism and a very specific exorcism that ended up just being torture for someone, for an innocent human being, start digging into
like, for next after the Exorcist album. I don't really know what I'm going to talk about. You know, that's not even out yet, but.
Right.
I have a plan. I have a plan for it though, and I think people are gonna like it.
Yeah, start digging into that. What is it? So do Florida, right? Type out Florida, but instead of the LOR, put parentheses LORE parentheses, and then do like Florida death or Florida cult shit. You know, make it maybe even give it that kind of SoundCloud rapper aesthetic or some shit. Who knows, man? But I mean, honestly, that's the first thing I can think of. Is just it. There's usually so much history to harness as far as your local area, and especially with the music scene in Florida. Like, holy fuck, how Christian it probably was once upon a time.
Oof.
Dude, like dig into all of that. Dig into your local shit. Start unearthing the dirty secrets of Jacksonville, Florida, as well as Florida, and then turn that into heavy
I might I don't know, I might like make one like a song about like the Dark Ages, and I don't know, I have a lot, dude. I never run out of ideas. Like it's like one good thing about being an overthinker. It's like I never run out of ideas. It's like,
oh dude, yeah, like the thing is, for me, I don't make it as complicated as typing out full lyrics because I work a 9-hour job, technically an 8, but they give me like an hour break and they have me clock out for that, and then afterwards I'll DoorDash half the time. So half the time, the moment that a semi-intelligent like 2-word title comes to my mind, I'll at least type out that and I'll be like, okay, so if I were to write a song named this, what do I want it to be about, and is it intelligent enough to go ahead and plan out? Because I already have like 10 or so full-length albums planned out as far as like stuff that I want to write, and then on top of that, for Blind, I'm wanting the other members to also write their own albums worth of music. That way, quite literally, there's no such thing as a frontman. There's perhaps a person who happens to only use a mic, but that's going to be because she's dolphin diving into the crowd and actually like crowd killing people. And so far, people, good news. Most likely we have our front woman. She's incredible. Met her at a hardcore show the other night, and she's already making music, so hopefully that pans out. But dude, the thing is, I try not to make things too complicated, but I also try to come from somewhere when I'm trying to create intelligently. For example, let's see, the Hornet's Nest. That's actually a direct reference to our conversation right before we ended the other night, comparing the left 2 Japanese murder hornets and the the silent majority to Western honeybees.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be utilizing that sample, dude, and I'm gonna turn that into a heavy song.
They are something else.
They are, right? So I mean, obviously, Omen, it's a big step for you guys as far as like collaborating with up and coming artists. And dude, I remember when Larcenia Rowe first got signed uniquely to records. It felt like it was out of nowhere, really. But nonetheless,
Yeah, no.
congratulations to them.
But they deserve it, and
They
they're
do.
very unique. And kind of they remind me of like the Cleansing mixed with us.
I like it.
I'd say that's like the perfect like example of because they do the whole old school horror samples too, and do like like
yeah. But and hopefully one of the first sessions, one of our next sessions really, is going to be with Larcenia Rowe. I definitely want to get them on, and hopefully
he's very nice, so definitely like get in contact with him.
I will, or at least I'll try to.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to. You've got in contact with other vocalists who like on that level, so.
Hopefully, let's try to make it happen, Larcenia Rowe. That way I can finally listen to your new album. We can celebrate that new album. And who knows, Derrek might even join us for that session as a guest, as someone who, you worked with before. That could be pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everything possibly in between, Derrek, my friend, we're at the last track of Paradism Ruination, the LP edition. As Above, So Below, featuring good old Screamy Mimi of Bro Job.
Yeah.
Bring it, bro.
So, I'm going to read it, the last track, how I would read it. As Above, So Below, featuring Screamy Mimi. So, yeah, it's crazy because sorry about the dogs.
I can't even hear him.
Okay. But yeah, he used to be in another band, and it was, I forgot with who, but it was crazy because the fact that he was able to join Bro Job and was like, we actually contacted him through TikTok. And honestly, I will say that TikTok has definitely got me a lot more listeners because, I did not expect this, but me going up to like preachers and being like, like it just kind of like got such exposure. And it was really fucking crazy because it's like, even people were like, you should join a band. And I was like,
I already have a fucking band.
Like, I have 2 hours of content. Here you go.
You should go into a sundown city next and pull that shit. See what happens.
I thought about like I don't know, like, cause like just like at a Halloween house, just kind of being like scaring the actors, like I actually did that once, like 4 years ago. Yeah, I was like an actor, and I actually like made someone like piss themselves because I was like, yeah. He was like, oh my god, I pissed myself. It was great because like you don't expect like shitty haunted houses to literally have someone go like. But yeah, Screamy Mimi, I found him through TikTok, and I saw he actually answered a question to like a Christian. Told him he was going to hell, all that fun shit. And basically he used our song Archangel Luciferi. And I was shocked because I was like, this dude's fucking huge. And he's using our song, so I like contacted him, and then I was like, hey, want to like feature on? So like, yeah, sure. I was like, fuck, okay. Oh yeah. So like, that's like what's awesome about this band is, you know, we feature whoever. I even like, oddly enough, want to like get this one dude featured who he's kind of like a ghost main rapper, but he's like really good at what he does. He's called Numbskull, and I found him through TikTok, and Numbskull, you know, kind of that ghost main type rap. But yeah, I want him on a song because his screams are actually really good. And I think that'd be really, like, you know, really different to have like a rapper on there, kind of showcases screams.
One thing I want to try to manifest too for future features with Nitheful, future collaborations. And I'm sure this would be a great full circle moment from Feast of the Antipathy. Get a goon from Makluk, bro.
Yeah.
That would be fucking sick.
Who?
A goon from Makluk.
Oh yeah. We wanted to get him, but he kind of, I don't know, like where his country is. I don't want to get into too much details about it, but apparently it's like, you know, compared to here, free speech, you know, mocking God in there is illegal. So that's like why he couldn't do it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least you tried.
I know, like, he's a good dude and everything, but yeah, it's like it sucks because it's like I wanted him on a track so bad, and he just like, it's like, I mean,
I mean, your future music isn't exclusively mocking God.
yeah, no, it's this next album is more exorcism.
Yeah, so I mean,
I'll
I don't
definitely
know.
see what I can do.
Because I know we have yet to get him back on the show. We have yet to help him celebrate the release of Welcome to the Dunia Lane. That was probably one of the best albums for later 2023, earlier 2024. That album was so good, and he made most of that by himself, which is insane.
Yeah, no, and it sucks he's not like really well known, and I feel the same way. Do you like any industrial music?
I'm trying to get into it. I haven't been able to so far, but I mean,
look up Author and Punisher.
Okay. Oh yeah. You posted that earlier today.
He was an IT tech, and instead of, you know, dropped out of his job, he wanted to make music, and basically he made music by creating his own instruments. And it's the most intense industrial, like, you can literally, if you like listening to it, it feels like you're out of this dystopian society. Like, I can't describe it. Just like listen to some of his shit and you'll like see what I mean.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go cover the lyrics of "It's a Burn So Blue." So I lash and lacerate that bastard's flesh from bone till there is nothing left. I state an oath to desecrate and defile. I bring rivers of holy blood to his streets, gaze upon a contorted sky, an inverted masterpiece, watch in horror as the silver city falls from the sky. Falls from the most high to ruins. Feel thy vengeance, my wrath. I the opposer of divinity, the light is me. Barren waves of demonic revenge paint black upon the sky. The hand of fate from which you so create bringeth your demise. A once sacred kingdom, now inverted, corrupted, uninhabitable, of this devastation. The ruination bringeth me such long awaited pleasure. I, the tempter, the serpent in the garden, the fall of all, the rise of I, Lucifer, the firstborn son, come to claim thy kingdom. All shall fall from above unto the lake of fire and brimstone. Most below, paint thy masterpiece of paradise inverted, cast into a contorted oblivion. Mangled and mutilated angels writhe. They burn deeper, the thrones gnashing into your weeping carcass. Your profaner of light, cursed Nazarene, the creed of insolent blasphemy, the crowning of the damned. I, Luciferi, corruptium paradisio. So that actual, the one part where it says, cursed Nazarene, they burn deeper, the thrones gnashing into your weeping carcass. The creed of insolent that's actually from the Omen 3 when he becomes president. Like, that's a quote. I like to use lines from movies and stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah. That song, it basically talks about like the end of everything, and Satan has arisen, and all in despair. Christians all slaves, everyone's a slave to Satan, all that, just pure, just darkness, and I love with the album art. I love with the album art. It just looks like a fucking just a hurricane of despair and fire, and Satan's kind of like this shadowy silhouette holding God's head, and it's just it's very relevant to what the album talks about.
I can only hope.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Hey,
right. So after then conducting a lyrical lobotomy and having you, furthermore, and most importantly, reading the entirety of the lyrics for Paradism Ruination as an LP in your good old Mr. Unholy Cannoli fashion, which unfortunately we did not do last time. I kind of wish we did, but hey, there's always room to do more. You guys are still writing music. So
I definitely, next EP, I definitely want to do that with you as well. Cover more, because the lyrics are going to be very fucked up, as you can see.
There you go. Yeah, no, that's what I love to see. And honestly, as far as I'm concerned, not to completely dismiss the worries and concerns for the people who are actually confused upon the context of the song, but also it's pretty good press.
Yeah. Fuck it.
So, after then conducting a lobotomy for Paradism Ruination LP edition, and after us concluding the first half of the podcast session, talking not really this time about bands that inspired all the members in Nitheful in regards to writing this album, but maybe we'll go ahead and take a moment to talk about any specific bands that inspired this album, because we know of the book, we know Paradise Lost. Yeah. So other than Infant Annihilator, would you say that there were any kind of outlying personalities or bands, musicians who really ended up fueling this album and made it what it would be?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a couple. So aside from Infant Annihilator, Cradle of Filth, of course, Portal, Sunno, Traitors, kind of you can kind of hear the influence.
I can, yeah.
Bit.
I like that.
Yeah, like we are actually where we're located is where Traders like first started as a band. Like
Hopefully we'll see. Hopefully we'll see those
know them
live one day.
Stuff, and with my OG band, they actually used our practice spot. So, you know, so hopefully, like, you know, when Nitheful like potentially takes off with like live stuff, you know, we'll see tours like that. And
I'm sure you will. Like, what the fuck? You, if anything, kind of like trying to attempt to ground it to more like realistic standards, right? Yeah. I think what I can see in the near future, just talking about Florida local acts that might take you in, that might be like, yeah, sure, let's have them open for us.
Oh, yeah, I know a couple in Florida who are like super down. Like, there's one band who always is like asked me to feature and is down to like feature me for like live stuff, which I'm actually gonna go like December like 13th. So just like, you know, they're headlining. It's called Death of a Deity. They're really
sick.
Yeah, like they're really fucking good, and you know they like really respect me as an artist, and you know potentially like they'll like feature me on a song or something like that, because that'd be really like cool for like the Florida scene and everything, you know, like
yeah,
you know, to have deathcore and stuff, like, and you know, funny enough, like I actually saw when I went to the Filth show, you know, like a couple months ago, I actually saw Screamy Mimi at the show, and I was like, holy shit, you live in Florida? She's like, yeah. I was like, who the fuck doesn't live in Florida? Like, we got Alex Terrible, we got Screamy Mimi, we got Franz, we got Dickie Allen. Like, bro, like, Florida's just a fucking deathcore state capital. Like,
it really is. When it's not California and certain parts of California, I mean, I don't even know, bro. I think Florida might actually be the deathcore capital of the U.S. right now.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's because it's like, you know, there's so many bad. Nick Nocturnal lives here. Like,
he lives. Oh, he moved to Florida.
Yeah, he moved to Florida.
Oh shit. I guess I don't pay attention to his stuff.
So it's like there's like a bunch of bands, you know, that like gotten huge from Florida. Body Snatcher, Traders, you know, it's happening, and like hopefully we will be that next band that like,
right,
you know, because D-Side is from here, and honestly, one of my main goals is to get like Glenn Benton on the Exorcist, one of the Exorcist songs, because it would be like, it would showcase that, you know, we kind of are like the offspring of Deicide, the band that wants to stay evil and not conform to the ways of like how metal wants to stay soft. Like, I feel like Glenn Benton would really, if he talked to us, like, would really respect what we're trying to do, and that's my goal, honestly, to get Glenn Benton, because he's from Florida. So I'd be like, bro, we're both Florida bands, and we both are satanic as fuck. Like, let's collab on a track, brother.
Maybe that would be the future of Nitheful, man. I know
that
you guys
would be the craziest shit, because it's like Ice Nine Kills actually got Corpse Grinder from Little Corpse on the song. So I think it'd be like, you know, we're kind of like, what I really want to do for this album is more like that, like Ice Nine Kills, but it's actually scary. That's like basically what I was gonna say. But another band that really inspired me, probably from Cradle of Filth, I'd say Dimmu Borgir, kind of, because they definitely inspired that Baphomet art with the In Sorte Diablo. It kind of had that like Sistine Chapel, like Baphomet that I really fucking like. I like corrupted religious art. I don't like just seeing Satan in hell like that. It's so generic. Like let me like see corrupted like religious art. I'd definitely say Sono. Lots of different deathcore bands. Let's see. Mayhem, you know, like, because Mayhem like pushes the obscure and like pushes to the you know, like how far metal can go.
Yeah.
Really, that's really it. To the Grave kind of with like vocally.
Oh, for real, dude. To the Grave.
Yeah,
That was such
To
a
the
fun
Grave is sick.
earlier this year. Like, shout out to them. I think
I saw them live too, which was dope.
dude, they're really good live.
Yeah, no, they were fucking amazing.
So then I think real quickly too, this is just me trying to manifest shit, right? For the Florida local scenes, therefore the first couple Florida local fucking Nitheful shows. Tracheotomy, Peacemaker, Florida, Murder Afloat, and then Demon Fuck.
I think we need Death of a Deity on there too.
Death of a Deity for sure. I just haven't listened to them myself. So that's all.
I definitely want one band though. That's like you know, like that has more. Maybe like Larcinia Row is like the headliner because they're with Unique, and then we open for that. Like that's kind of what I was thinking. I don't know. Like
fair enough.
Yeah, we do that. I think that would be a really fucking solid show.
Jamie Graham from the Uniquely Directors. Let's make it happen. Larcinia Row. Let's make it happen. We need to get these guys on the road.
Yes.
We need to get these guys on the road. I need to see these guys in Phoenix pronto. They are the future of heavy and true counterculture, baby.
Yeah, and you know, we're gonna go so heavy that the strings just don't exist.
Snap. I like it. So then, continuing upon that question, what do you think distinguishes Paradism Ruination as an LP this time from other iconic records relevant to black and deathcore, in your own personal opinion?
I'd say the lyrics, and the fact that we use like some parts we use like distortion pedal on our vocals, so it's kind of very reminiscent to black metal. I'd say like the concepts are very different because it's like, you know, bands talk about like anti-religious themes, but I don't feel like having actually the point of view of Satan like each song. I don't think that's ever really been done before.
I agree.
Like, you know, just showcasing the actual fall of Satan from Saint Michael to him taking over the heavens and burning fucking alive to a crisp with angels crucified in the background. Like, you know, some shit like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, being that this was an LP as opposed to your initiation EP, your first appetizer, crawling your way up to the creation of God back now in, I think, what was it, 22 now?
Yeah.
Like, shit. Yeah. So, of course, you came out with the creation of God. So, like, what was the reason you decided to go back and remaster these tracks? Was it simply because you were so proud of the tracks back then and you wanted to give them the proper love and attention before moving on? Or was it to kind of add something on to what had already existed to kind of tidy the Nitheful fan base over as you work on your next major effort?
We, like I said from before, when writing Paradism Ruination, it was very flopped. It wasn't well together. It didn't have that sound we were looking for, like the new album, like the new LP does. Like, it sounds more cleaner, has that more deathcore sound that we're like looking for, because Yeah, I love my dirty black metal and shit, but deathcore, we wanted it to sound clean. We got a better mix and stuff. We bought more better equipment, and we're just because everyone calls us Infant Annihilator with a shitty sound, like with a shitty mix. So we were just kind of like, all right, bet, and we bought a better thing for the mix, and costed a lot of money, but Nick's been getting better and better at mixing, and it's just like we wanted to like showcase how far we have come from like 2020, and that to show that we're like a relevant band, and that's pretty much why we did it.
Sweet. Well, I do believe technically that would be the tail end of the Under the Skin session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and everything possibly in between, there was a reason that I decided to pour what is no longer in there. It was apple cider Tennessee whiskey. Me and Derek have been talking for quite a long time about this, and simply said, we made a change to the show at the very beginning of this year because I wanted to bring you guys more consistent content. However, even with two people in mind and two personalities in mind, unfortunately, to conquer 144 sessions per year, which is going to be the goal going into 2025, two people can't do it alone. So me and Derek have been talking for a long time, and ever since I started talking to him, really, he's coined this term for the niche true counterculture genre that is black and deathcore, black metal, and black and death metal, and everything possibly in between, just wedged in there. The true corners of counterculture that oppose God, that oppose most religions, let alone Christianity. And that would be his term, Ignite the Church. So, ladies and gentlemen, and possibly everything in between who has been listening to the show, enjoyed the first session that we did, in which it is still currently third place most streamed episode on the Anatomy Crosscast. I present to you our new co-host for all future bands, Ignite the Church. And basically, what's going to be going on the same way that Finn has been attempting to help me where he can when he's not doing Infectorium, when he's not having joined Worm Shepherd recently as their new frontman. When he's not doing any of that, he jumps on the show with us to talk with bands from all over the world. And well, Derek is going to be doing a very similar thing as our new Ignite the Church co-host. Basically, just like me and Finn, when we can, the goal will be to have him kind of search out into the aether on an international scale when he has the time, talent scout for the best and heaviest in the Ignite the Church vein, schedule accordingly, and then, well, get in contact with me, and then we'll get them on the show. Simple as that. So, Derek, it is an incredible honor to go from talking about the edgiest album in Black and Deathcore to welcoming you with equal ambition. Not just, I would really like to have you on the show. I remember the first thing he said was, that would be fucking sick, dude.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I'm like, oh shit, he's actually really interested in this. So, I mean, I want to go ahead and wrap up my part of that announcement by saying that in the near future and going into 2025, we still have two co-hosts to announce for this show. And they will also be doing the same thing for their own niche subgenres in counterculture. One for slam and hip hop, one for basically people who actually are behind indie horror video game soundtrack development.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be
it's gonna be really, really fucking cool. And he's been a good friend of mine for a long time. He's been a big fan of the channel. Both of them have been, really. But most importantly, Derek is going to help me get some of the heaviest, some of the most gruesome bands onto the show. And hopefully then we will be seeing greater numbers. And hopefully then by utilizing what little platform we have compared to Mr. Unholy Cannoli or even Nitheful alone, right? hopefully we can ascend this show to new heights in bringing talent on behalf of Mr. Unholy Cannoli, Mr. Derrek Connolly here. So, Derrek, just wanted to ask you really a couple questions about this. How are you feeling so far about, contributing to this show and becoming a part of it going forward?
It sounds fucking awesome. I definitely would, need to collaborate with more types of people, and I think, meeting other types of bands and who are that type would definitely like help all of our platforms at once. Even like my personal, like voice acting YouTube. So I think it'd be definitely great for all of us.
Good shit. One thing I think I happened to not mention beforehand that I think is actually this is going to be equally, if not even more exciting. Okay. I got major inspiration from a podcast I've been listening to called Void FM, hosted by Kill Bill and Rav the rapper from a super group called Exosociety that excels in lo-fi hip hop. They only have taken 2 episodes to do this so far, so we're going to actually finish the project for them in a way, in our own form, right? The intention, one of the major projects going into 2025 for each of these co-hosts, including myself, I'm going to be handling, I do believe, modern day subgenres of metalcore. So basically, my intention will be to go ahead and go back in time, catch up on what I missed, and learn about Killswitch Engage, learn about early August Burns Red Days, and everything before what I understood to be the While She Sleeps So What peak, the Architect's Holy Hell peak, and literally everything coinciding after that as we now dive into what seems to be almost a cyberpunk trap, EDM, dubstep infused version of metalcore. Or, for example, bands like Dayseeker who are taking a more like dreamy metalcore. So I call it dreamcore until further notice. Lots of chords.
I would
right?
really like listen to that much metalcore, but that sounds very interesting.
Right. So my intention will be to kind of tail after that. And when I'm not doing that, when I'm not hosting our main artist and being the primary organizer for all that shit, my intention will actually be to start bringing on dark folk and country artists onto the show, which should be very, very strange, but you kind of got to counter the counterculture with even truer, more raw, more authentic counterculture.
I get it.
Expand. So that's going to be my position. That's what I plan to do going into the near future. And we'll be compressing this project as a presentation into what most likely will be multiple, it could be hour, could be 2 hour, 3 hour segments. And we're just going to try to do research, do some homework, and then present that in audio form on Spotify and video form, both on Spotify and YouTube. Now, Derrek's role here, Derrek's job in that vein of the Anatomy Crosscast, as we continue to expand, will be to do a similar audio/video research project, going back in time to even the band that's on his shirt, right?
Yeah.
we will be having him look through the fine-tooth combed history of black metal, how black and deathcore truly began, whether in Northern Europe or here in the United States. And then what he's going to do, what I'm going to have him do, again, when he has the time, is slowly piece together a roadmap leading to everything that is now, with Nitheful, Immortal Disfigurement, Lorna Shore, Absolver, Shrine of Malice, all those bands really grabbing that Ignite the Church niche by the balls, right?
Yeah,
that's going to be his role. Yeah. And then Finn the Orc King, I'm actually having him tail after MySpace era deathcore, which should be really fun. So
that'd be sick, yeah.
Yeah. So basically what he's going to be doing, as per his connections that he mentioned in both our co-host 2024 co-pilot or whatever it was called, when it wasn't that, and it was mentioned in the Infectorium session as well, he has connections to the MySpace era deathcore personalities all across the board. Yes.
That's really cool.
So one thing that's what he's going to be doing. What he happens to not be doing, Worm Shepherd, Infectorium, this third side project he has, tattooing, and then his actual job. He's a busy man. So that's going to be his.
Yeah, no, I have one side project who I have an instrumentalist with, and it's called Laudermilch, and it's based around Outlast. So that's gonna come out soon, hopefully. And then yeah, that's really, I don't know, I'm not really like a side project kind of guy. I'm very picky.
Right.
Very, very picky. I'm like, I need this, because just like, I don't know, like with my vocal style, dude, it's just like it only works with so much, because I've worked with bands, like my first band, their instrumentals didn't really fit with the type of vocal style I was going for, and it just kind of like flopped. And it was a live band, but it just didn't work out. And
and
he
that's
was playing like hardcore type stuff, like two-step, and I was just going like, like it's just it didn't work.
It didn't work. But the thing is, dude, along the path, did you invest any money into equipment or merch or anything like that for that band?
Here and there.
Well, I feel bad because I never did that, but I had like a wide variety of projects that never even made it live. Hell, this new one, right? Blind.
This band strictly was only live, which kind of was annoying because they never dropped an EP. But it's part of my history, I guess.
Part of your history. You did the homework, and I think now it's safe to say that not only are you doing the homework, you're continuing to do the homework, for fuck's sake, but now you have yet another creative medium to utilize for all that shit, which should be really fun. Yeah, of course. Like, again.
Yeah, no, and also a little fun fact about me. I was in a cringe compilation. I actually sang Marilyn Manson's "Sweet Dreams" on for a talent show, and I like dressed like him. Cool.
That's great.
And everyone had a heart attack, especially the teacher.
I love that.
I don't know where it went, but yeah, it was fucking crazy. It's like a cringe compilation. All right, cool. But yeah, now it's like I've always, I've always was always like meant to be a vocalist. Like it just stuff like that. Just was like part of me growing up and everything. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have now 3 hosts. We'll have 2 more by the end of the year, and we'll be getting their respective solo, just, checking out their stuff with them, learning about their most recent and relevant release, and then boom, announcement. That'll be really fun to unveil. And then not only that, but we'll just have more people reaching out. We'll have a lot more stuff going into 2025. So I know I definitely look forward to making the Anatomy Crosscast the one and only true counterculture podcast of all time, period. Aiming for world domination.
Oh yeah. Fuck cancel culture. And hell Satan.
So, final question as we, calmly and quietly celebrate this momentous occasion, this momentous announcement. We've talked about it here and there before even recording this session. I think we even talked about it a little bit at the very beginning with that first session regarding the creation of God, with its respective then under the skin session called Bible Stories or Bible Studies with Derrek. That was such a fun. It was such a fun name. What are you planning to actually change, and like what have you seen with the show that you want to see better? And then after that, so that's kind of a part 1. Part 2, what are some bands that you're hoping to bring onto the show in the future?
Oh, fuck. Dark Funeral would be sick. Cradle of Filth, for sure. I definitely would love to like interview Dickie Allen. That'd be a fucking goal. CJ McCreary, Dan Evans from To the Grave. And I guess like black metal wise, I would love to like get Full of Hell. Well, they're not really black metal; they're more. It's complicated, but I'd love to like get Full of Hell on here. Null, Null isn't a band that is that known, but they're fucking just destructive, heavy, just dark, evil, and it's just a band that would be really cool.
Fuck
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Cool. And I don't know, like this is your moment to kind of call me out on my shit, or call me out on any sessions beforehand maybe that you've listened to, where like, no, I'm the transparency. This is this is two homies talking it out. But what do you plan to what what do you plan to do differently? Like, what are some like of the weaker elements of this show so far, if you've been able to observe that and like perceive that for yourself? Because I want to be better too. That
I
way we can all
definitely. All right. Time to be a dick. All right. I definitely think you could get like a better camera, or like, you know, have a better like background behind. Maybe like have it like similar to like, you know, like have it like live on Twitch, or something like that. Yeah, just some simple stuff like that. Better background, better camera. You know, I need to do that too with my covers and everything. I need to, you know, make them look better, but like definitely have more professionalism. You know, like do edits, like you know, close-ups or like sound effects.
Yeah.
Whenever like someone's making a joke or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really like it. Like it's your own show, so I can't really like judge. You know, just like how I have my own stuff.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But I definitely try to use like tags. I don't know.
Yes.
There's really. I think it'd be cool to like kind of have it like ignite the church, but like it's a Joe Rogan podcast. That'd be
yeah. I like it.
Church behind you, or just like, yeah, you know, smoke weed and like aliens and stuff. Like you're just, it's not even about music anymore.
No, that would be fun. That would be fun.
Yeah,
and that's definitely, I can definitely confirm all these things and say that that's definitely something I aim to do by adding more personalities to the lineup as well. Like, I want to make this a better show, because I do believe our most recent episode with Lucrezia, in which that was longer, we did the whole under the skin spiel, we utilized the script. Dude, I'm pretty sure there's only 2 streams on that one, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. But
yeah.
Who knows? Who knows why? I mean, that's
that's kind of like with me why I got this like whole camera set up, because it's like I wanted my vocal covers to look better, and like, you know, that increased my views. So it's like,
that's true.
I don't know, definitely like try something like that too.
Yeah. Possibly look into getting getting a new logo, I think, for the show as well, because it's no longer the Anatomy Podcast, but the Anatomy Crosscast instead. Maybe make it a little bit more genre fluid. That could be something that I aim to do with my own resources. Really, I won't burden the other hosts with this. And then, yeah, I mean, definitely planning to do a lot more edits. I've been doing little YouTube shorts and stuff that I edit out of the podcast episodes or the Crosscast sessions. So I've definitely been trying to do that a lot more this year, but still, I think it's just because, all things considered, the show is so young and we haven't gotten into the triple digits yet. So I think once we do that, and with 5 personalities in mind, well, one can only hope that the Anatomy Crosscast becomes a lot more bigger than just me alone, because I don't want it to just be me. Hell, half of my shit I'm planning to create in life, I don't want to be in the forefront of that. I really don't.
Yeah, for sure. No, that'd be definitely good, you know, to get like people to interview people who like we look up to and stuff.
Absolutely. So, everybody, thank you for listening to, I think, what will be a 3-hour podcast. Of course, probably roughly 2 hours and 45 minutes after we edit good chunks out of the session. But other than that, I mean, it's been a fun conversation. We've been meaning to do this all year, just like we've been meaning to do an upcoming session with Reminiscence from California. That's on the way. We got the 2 sessions with the 2 final co-hosts that will be announced, and we're probably going to stick with 5 people. That's like that's a lot of people for a show.
For sure.
But also, we all have this equal sense of ambition, so I think it'll work out really well. And then, I mean, final thing I'll say for this is that I think we're going to try to aim to do at least 144 sessions in 2025, and this is going to be at least 4 to 12 podcasts per month. I think we can make it happen. We'll see if we can. But yeah, I do believe here on the Thanksgiving Eve or whatever the fuck at 8:42 p.m. for me.
Eat turkey day. Yeah.
Yeah, the eve of Turkey Day.
Eat that and eat turkey.
Yeah, time to have a food coma.
Bro, I already had a bunch of them.
Nice. But
yeah,
I believe
I got a 4-day weekend, bro. I'm fucking chilling.
Enjoy that, man.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. Stay away from stores on Black Friday.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I work at a Walmart, and I'm so not ready for Friday. But this has been the Anatomy Crosscast with the main host, Sean Cross, but also the new Ignite the Church co-host, Mr. Unholy Cannoli. I hope you all enjoyed this juicy, evil episode, and we'll see you next time.